Good morning. Just testing my mic and video, making sure it's working here for everyone.
You're looking good, man, and you sound great.
Okay, thanks, Tom. You too.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all see and hear me?
Yes, and you're all set.
Thank you, Tom.
Good morning. Harriet, are you ready?
I'll be faster. For mute, unmute, but I'm ready.
Very good. Good morning and welcome, everyone. My name is Aviv Segev. I'm the Administrative Law Judge assigned to this proceeding, proceeding number 24A-0299E. Today is April 17, 2025. It is now 9 a.m. This matter comes on for a hearing pursuant to decision number R24-0709-I, which was clarified by decision R25-0162-I. I'm now calling the hearing to order. I want to inform or remind everyone attending this hearing that it is the Commission practice to webcast legal proceedings and that both the audio and video feeds of this proceeding are being live streamed on the Commission's YouTube channel. We're also recording the hearing, and we have a court reporter who is transcribing everything that is being said. To avoid background noise, please keep your microphones muted until it is your turn to speak. When you speak, please speak clearly and loudly, and do not talk over one another so we can get a good record. Let's go ahead and start with entries of appearance. Why won't we start with the company?
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Larson, Wilkinson Barker Nauer, LLP, on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado. I also want to enter the appearance of Christopher M. Irby from Xcel Energy, as well as Sam Eisenberg from our firm as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Larson. Let's go to staff, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Krakis from the Attorney General's Office on behalf of trial staff of the Commission. With me is my co-counsel, Josh Horman.
Thank you. And let's move on to UCA, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
This is Patrick Wittersheim of the Attorney General's Office. On behalf of the Utility Consumer Advocate, I'm joined by co-counsel Tom Dixon.
Thank you very much. Okay. There are a couple of preliminary issues we need to discuss before we can move to the evidentiary portion of the hearing. I'll let the parties opine on those and raise any other preliminary issues they wish to raise, if they wish to raise. As far as the pre-filed exhibits, do the parties stipulate to the admission of hearing exhibits 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, excuse me, 108, 109, 110, 111, 200, 201, 300, 301, 302, and 400. All of these exhibits were circulated to the parties last week via email. Can I please get a verbal yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a stipulation with respect to all of those exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Larson. Staff?
Yes, Your Honor. Staff stipulates the admission of those exhibits and everything that is shown on the Exhibit 400 spreadsheet that was circulated.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Wittersheim?
Yes, Your Honor. Same goes for UCA.
Thank you very much. All right. With that out of the way, the pre-filed cross-examination matrix was filed about the same time that the settlement testimony was filed and before UCA's response to the motion seeking approval of the settlement. I suspect, though I may be wrong, that the parties have since discussed the order and identity of the witness they wish to cross-examine. So can Okay, Mr. Larson, what can you tell me about the order and identity of the witnesses to be cross-examined here today?
Thank you, Your Honor. So the order will be as set forth on the cross-examination matrix. Spoke with counsel for UCA this morning. There are some adjustments to their cross-examination, and maybe I'd turn it over to Mr. Witterschein to address what those adjustments are.
Of course, please go ahead, Mr. Witterschein.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. First off, for UCA, Your Honor, I'd like to apologize for the late filed response to the motion to approve the settlement agreement. I was able to get in contact with Mr. Krikis from trial staff, who notified me that staff did not object to the late filed nature of the response. And as far as the cross-examination estimations go, UCA, at this point, we are prepared to waive cross-examination of trial staff witnesses O'Neill, Bott, and Lay.
Okay. O'Neill, Bott, and Lay. Okay. All right. I may have some question for Ms. O'Neill. So, does any other party have any cross-examinations for witnesses Lay or Bott? Well, other than staff. I'll start with you, Mr. Larson.
The company does not have cross-examination for those two witnesses, Your Honor, nor does it have cross-examination for Ms. O'Neill.
Understood. I'll ask you the same question, Mr. Witterschein. Oh,
No, Your Honor.
You said no. Okay. All right. So why won't we go ahead and excuse witnesses Mr. Ronald Lay and Ms. Bott? You're excused. I thank you very much for attending. I do believe I saw both of your names here, but you're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff appreciates that.
Thank you.
Your Honor, while we are on this topic, I wonder, I leave it to your discretion, but I wonder if it might make sense to, if you have questions for Ms. O'Neill, to call her out of order so that she can be excused and not wait through the PSCO testimony. It's up to you, just something I thought I would raise.
I'm okay with that. Do the other parties have any issues with that?
No issue with that from public service, Your Honor.
No issues, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm actually second guessing myself. Let me think for just a quick moment. Actually, I think I'm okay asking Ms. O'Neill the questions and then allowing for redirect and moving on from there. So why won't we, do we have any other preliminary issues to discuss?
I believe.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
I believe UCA may have some adjustments with respect to company PSCO witness cross-examination times as well.
The times, okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Larson. UCA at this time, we're also prepared to waive cross of company witnesses Freitas and Landrum.
All right. Since I do not have questions for them, unless staff's counsel objects, I am also inclined to excuse Mr. Freitas and Landrum.
No objection from staff, Your Honor.
All right, so witnesses Freitas and Landrum, you are excused. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any additional preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. May I ask who our legal assistant working with us here today is?
Her name is April Crane.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crane.
And then no further preliminary matters from public service, Your Honor.
And nothing from staff as well, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Larson, would you kindly call Ms. O'Neill?
Apologies, Your Honor. That'll be me. Staff.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No worries. We changed it up on you this morning.
Yeah, no, Mr. Craig, yes, of course. Thank you.
Staff calls Aaron O'Neill to the stand.
Good morning, Ms. O'Neill.
Good morning.
I'll jump right to it. Since the settlement agreement refers to equity return, can you explain to me what that term means to you, or how would you define that term? I just want to make sure that the term is what I think the parties think it is.
Yeah. So the intent of the impact on the equity return is to say that the company earns a return on the capital invested in this project, right? They earn that as part of their weighted average cost of capital. That's their earnings that they, that accrue to shareholders. And so this agreement is to have a reduction in the company's return on the investment that they put into this project as sort of an offset to the impact to ratepayers of having the project be delayed. So the effect of this is over the period over which that approximately $8 million gets returned to ratepayers, that's a reduction to how the company books its return. So instead of earning sort of their full weighted average cost of capital on this project, that would be reduced by the amount that is contemplated in the settlement.
Thank you. Is this concept related to the company's overall weighted average cost of capital?
I mean, it doesn't change their overall weighted cost of capital for all their other assets, right? It's just saying that from an accounting perspective, rather than earning that full WACC, which is just under 7% on the capital invested in this project, they would earn less than that. It would be, the sort of these dollars would reduce effectively the return that they get for this project.
Understood. Okay. All right. I have a couple more questions for you, if I may. According to Section 7 of the settlement agreement, the settling parties agreed to discuss potential generation fleet performance metrics in the company's quarterly electric commodity adjustment stakeholder meeting. And the company agrees to present potential generation fleet performance metrics in the next rate case or another proceeding by April 30th, 2026. How do you foresee the issue of the company's performance addressed in the company's quarterly ECA stakeholder meeting?
So those meetings are broad ranging. We cover a lot of things that impact the calculation of the ECA and also just the system's operations, right? That's the underpinnings of the ECA. So we often talk about and get updates on the performance of Cabin Creek, whether it's on, whether it's off. And the intent around this sort of PIM or performance incentive discussion is, this is a pretty unique project, the hydro pumped storage. So trying to make sure that we are taking the time to develop a performance incentive mechanism that is appropriate for the way that this project operates. The commission has pursued a lot of cost to construct PIMs, and those are sort of developed a particular way, focused on the cost to construct a project. Operational PIMs are a little bit less developed, and so we're kind of as a group working towards coming up with the right way to think about the parameters of that. Is that just about the unit's capacity factor, or its operation and maintenance cost, and sort of how do we think about all of the pieces of the operations of the unit? What's an appropriate penalty level? All those things sort of hadn't been developed in this record. So those ECA meetings are an opportunity for us to talk about all of those parameters and how a performance incentive mechanism calculation could be constructed to appropriately provide an incentive for operations without an incentive to say, spend too much money on maintenance. Just trying to make sure that we going to get the calibration of that right. So my anticipation is in those meetings, we would talk about that as sort of what are all the parameters around that operational PIM.
Thank you for that. I don't think I have a follow-up. Does staff believe that the company was imprudent with respect to planning, oversight, change orders as it relates to the Cabin Creek project?
Staff is not seeking a decision indicating that the company was imprudent. I think staff still is concerned that the company's planning process in this could have been better and more robust. And that was part of what contributed to the overall experience of ratepayers. But we are not seeking a finding of imprudence in any particular action on behalf of the company. I think the settlement is a sort of holistic look at everything that occurred in this proceeding.
I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Mr. Krakis, do you have a redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. O'Neill. You are excused.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Mr. Larson, would you please call your first witness? I believe it's Mr. Piquet.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The company would call Jason J. Piquet to the stand.
Mr. Piquet, would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, I believe you could you kindly tender the witness to UCA's counsel for cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Piquet.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jason Piquet. That's spelled Jason Peuquet.
Thank you. And what is your role at the company? What is your title?
I'm the Director of Regulatory Administration for a public service company of Colorado.
And do you have before you what's been marked as Hearing Exhibit 101, which is your direct testimony, Hearing Exhibit 105, which is your rebuttal testimony, and Hearing Exhibit 111, which is your settlement testimony?
Yes, and some very large binders here.
And if were those prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
And if I asked you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Thank you. Those have already been admitted into the record via Hearing Exhibit 400. So Mr. Piquet is available for cross-examination.
Excuse me, Your Honor. This is Tom Dixon on behalf of the UCA. I don't recall if Miss O'Neill was sworn.
He was not. He was not. Okay, thank you so much for staying on. We'll do it a little bit differently. Ms. O'Neill, would you kindly raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you have given was the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Does anybody have any additional issues to raise with respect to my failure to swear in Ms. O'Neill?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, the only thing I would just note that Ms. O'Neill's pre-filed testimony has also already been admitted to the record.
Understood, and that's correct. Thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon or Mr. Wittershine, I'm not sure who between the two of you might be cross-examining Mr. Piquet. So when one of you is ready. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Piquet, sorry for the delay. It's good to see you this morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you again.
We know each other, but my name is Patrick Wittershine. I'm representing UCA in this proceeding. We're just going to talk a little bit about your testimony today. So, Mr. Piquet, do you agree with me that in assessing the prudence of a utility, the commission may consider whether the utility employed carefulness, precaution, attentiveness, and good judgment?
Yes, I would agree. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure if you're referencing a specific order or statute, but that that jives with my general understanding.
And do you agree with me that this holistic prudence review is an appropriate opportunity for the commission to consider the factors I just listed?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that this holistic review may include the capital expenditures and operating and maintenance costs associated with the Cabin Creek facility project?
Yes.
Ms. Crane, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 202 in UCA's box?
Sorry, my Adobe is updating. Give me 1 second here.
Well, that's okay. We can keep talking. So, Mr. Piquet, is it correct that some portion of the capital expenditures in this project was implemented by the company's prime engineering procurement construction contractor, General Electric?
I'm sorry, could you restate that question?
Sure. Is it correct that some portion of the capital expenditures in this project was implemented by the company's contractor, General Electric?
Yes, a large portion.
So while the Cabin Creek facility was not in service, the company acquired replacement power to serve its customers, correct?
The company would have operated its system to ensure we were meeting safe and reliable, we're delivering safe and reliable service to our customers. And so that entails operating the system in the most efficient manner, subject to constraints, and going out to the market and purchasing additional capacity and reserving specific reservations, as discussed in other witnesses' testimony. And so, yes, things in system-wide changed as a result, temporarily changed as a result of the facility project.
Was the purchase of that replacement power necessary for the operation of the company's system?
If you're referring just to the replacement energy, I can't speak to that directly. We did separately purchase capacity and reserve some transmission paths during the period of the outage. As to how that relates to energy, I couldn't speak to that directly.
Okay. Would you agree with me that the company purchased replacement power because Cabin Creek was not generating electricity?
The result of Mr. Detmer's replacement power analysis shows that there were additional costs from that. It's an analysis that the company put forward and supported, and that staff took no issue with. And so, yes, based on that analysis, I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Can we talk a little bit more about the holistic prudence review that we mentioned earlier? So, Mr. Piquet, you testified that the project budget increased from approximately $88 million at the time the CPCN was granted in 2015 to approximately $109 million at the time the company filed this application, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know approximately what portion of the $21 million over budget was spent on the upgrade project and what portion was spent on the reservoir expansion?
I believe it's roughly $12 million on the upgrade project and roughly 9 or so million on the upper reservoir expansion.
So both units A and B in Cabin Creek, they were supposed to be upgraded and back in service by 2020, but that didn't happen until 2023, correct?
Correct.
So it's accurate to say that due to construction delays, the company was purchasing replacement power for a longer amount of time than it had originally planned?
Correct.
Mr. Piquet, you also testified that it is critical to note that the prudence of a utility's actions cannot be determined by simply examining outcomes, and prudence does not turn on whether actual results match initial expectations at any given point in time. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that sounds like a statement from my direct testimony, if I had to guess.
Do you think that results and outcomes have any place in this holistic prudence review?
I think you see that referenced in the settlement agreement itself. We noted in paragraph 4 of the settlement agreement that the totality of circumstances surrounding the project informed an $8 million amount that will be returned to customers over the upcoming 5 years. And so, yes, that was factored in to the company and staff's discussions and is reflected in the settlement agreement.
And you also testified to the performance characteristics of the facility after the upgrade and the unique role that the facility will play on the company's system, right?
Yes, that we got more capacity out of the project than we had anticipated, round trip efficiencies. It all ended up to create a unit that's going to be great for customers moving forward. Hundreds of millions of dollars of benefits, actually, as we've shown in my direct testimony.
So the results and outcomes that you think are inappropriate to consider in this prudence review are, number 1, the budget overrun, and number 2, the schedule delays. Is that right?
All of those factors were considered in the settlement discussions and the ultimate settlement agreement.
Mr. Piquet, do you agree with me that a prudence review is regulation substitute for competitive forces?
That is one of the goals of economic regulation.
Do you agree that if a competitive enterprise tried to impose on its customers costs from imprudent actions, customers could take their business to a more efficient provider?
I disagree with the premise of the question because it supposes that other providers wouldn't have similar challenges and complicated projects across their systems.
Do you agree that price regulation is a counterbalance to the monopoly power of utilities?
I wouldn't use the term counterbalance. I would say it's a part of the regulatory compact that utilities are provided exclusive service territories, given the natural monopoly economics underpinning this industry, and that comes with oversight by regulators and regulatory processes.
Can we talk a little bit about what the company knew about the Cabin Creek delays and when the company knew?
Sure.
So the company knew from the beginning that there were higher risks and uncertainties involved with this project than a typical project, correct?
Yes, as we noted in the original CPCN application.
When did the company realize that the project schedule was slipping out of reach?
That's a question that I will defer to my colleague, Mr. Schottler.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Piquet, did you attend any meetings of the project management team for Cabin Creek in the years 2016 to 2019?
No, I was not with the company during those early years.
Are any members of the company's Cabin Creek project management team testifying in this proceeding?
Mr. Schottler oversees a lot of our large capital projects. He can certainly speak to any of those questions.
Okay. Do you know, are any members of GE's Cabin Creek project management team testifying in this proceeding?
They are not.
So, Mr. Piquet, you testified that you grouped the challenges encountered throughout the Cabin Creek facility project into 3 buckets, correct?
Yes, and I was paraphrasing Mr. Schottler's testimony in doing so.
Okay. Bucket 1, it includes challenges from discovery work and lengthy regulatory approvals. Bucket 2 includes challenges with the company's contractor, General Electric or GE. And bucket 3 includes challenges related to COVID-19. Does that sound right?
That's correct, as I stated in my direct testimony.
So I'd like to ask a few questions about bucket 2, specifically the issues with GE and their ability to estimate durations, complete quality work the first time, and complete required tasks on schedule per their contract. So EPC, that stands for engineering, procurement, and construction, right?
Correct.
And those are the actions that GE agreed to perform under the EPC contract.
Yes.
And the company's goal with the contract was to purchase all necessary work and services required to complete the Unit A and B upgrades. Does that sound right?
Yes, as was defined in the scope of work at that time.
You also testified your opinion that in this holistic prudence review, the commission is evaluating the company's actions, not those of GE. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
Is it true that the company made decisions and took actions in its selection of GE as the EPC contractor?
Yes, we held a competitive solicitation in coordination with our owner's engineer firm, or HDR, and we evaluated several bids and chose the one that we thought would best meet the needs of the project.
And is it true that the company also took actions in managing GE's execution of its contracted project work?
Yes.
Is it accurate to say the company had several different contractors working on this project?
Yes.
And they were all under the direction and monitoring of the company?
Correct.
And that's normal for a specialized, complex project of this scale, right?
I believe so, but would defer the specifics there to Mr. Schottler.
Mr. Piquet, you testified that the company undertook actions to manage the Cabin Creek facility project at each step in the process. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And that when issues were uncovered, the company worked diligently with GE and its other contractors to address those issues. Does that sound right?
Yes, we worked in close coordination with GE.
Mr. Piquet, is it true that you indicated in a discovery response that Public Service has not analyzed whether GE was prudent under the standard applicable to utilities in Colorado?
That's correct. At issue in this proceeding are the company's actions or lack of actions based on the standard of review that all 3 parties in this proceeding agree on. As a result, we're focusing on the company's actions, managing those vendors and managing the project, not on the specific actions that those vendors took or did not take.
Is it also true that you indicated in a discovery response that the question of whether GE was prudent under the standard applicable to utilities in Colorado is irrelevant?
Yes, that sounds like a familiar discovery response.
So, Mr. Piquet, because the company has not analyzed whether GE was prudent, the company does not know if GE acted prudently in executing its duties under the contract, correct?
We closely managed the vendor's work against the contract. Again, using the prudency term as defined here in this proceeding, we have not undertaken a separate analysis to walk through all of the vendor's actions against that standard. But of course, we manage that work closely in coordination with them.
Mr. Piquet, there's a section of your testimony commenting on Ms. Bott's credibility in making assertions regarding the prudence of the Cabin Creek project. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, in my rebuttal testimony.
And it's correct that you note that Ms. Bott is a civil engineer, but you recommend the commission take into account the relevant backgrounds and experiences of the witnesses in this proceeding. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're not a professional engineer, are you, Mr. Piquet?
I am not.
Did you know that Ms. Bott is a licensed professional engineer in the state of Colorado?
I do.
Is it true that you testified that your comments on Ms. Bott's experience as a professional civil engineer working in transportation were based on your experience as someone who has driven across Colorado?
That's what I stated in my rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Piquet, did you ever encounter Mr. John Pierce through your work on the Cabin Creek project?
No,
Did you know that Mr. Pierce was the company's project manager for the project from 2016 to 2023?
through some portion of 2023, not the full year, but yes,
So you didn't have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Pierce during the nearly 7 years he was managing the project for the company?
I did not.
Did you know that Mr. Pierce was a licensed professional engineer in Colorado with a degree in civil engineering?
I'm not aware of Mr. Pierce's specific background.
And Mr. Pierce's degree in civil engineering didn't prevent him from being able to effectively manage the Cabin Creek project, did it?
It did not, but I would note the difference there, right? Mr. Pierce was an employee of the company, overseeing a large, complex construction project from near its beginning, and had done so on other projects, and so had a lot of experience both with the company as well as with electric generation projects and complicated construction projects just like this.
Mr. Piquet, you testified that the holistic prudence review was agreed upon in the 2021 electric commodity adjustment and purchase capacity cost adjustment prudence review settlement, and that was proceeding 22A-0345E, correct?
That's correct.
Have you reviewed the company's testimony in that proceeding proposing a holistic prudence review for the Cabin Creek facility project?
I have not reviewed that testimony. I know it came from that proceeding, though.
Ms. Crane, could we please pull up what has been previously marked for identification as hearing exhibit 205? Thank you. Mr. Piquet, you can see this testimony is dated August 1st, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you can see this is the testimony of Jack W. Eiley from proceeding number 22A-0345E.
yes.
Your Honor, I request that the commission take administrative notice of this document in its files. This is hearing exhibit 101, the direct testimony of Jack W. Eiley in proceeding number 22A-0345E under Rule 1501C of the Commission's Rules of Practice and Procedure.
Is there any objections to Mr. Wittershine's request?
Perhaps just a clarification, Your Honor, is there a particular portion that Mr. Wittershine seeks to take administrative notice of, or is it the document in its entirety?
I will be going over a specific portion of the testimony. And if it is preferable to Your Honor, you can only take notice of that if you'd like.
I see no problem with taking administrative notice of the entire document. Do you see a particular problem with that, Mr. Larson?
No, it's just a clarification, Your Honor. The company does not have an objection to the request.
Okay. Mr. Krakis, do you?
Apologies, Your Honor. No objection from staff.
Thank you. All right. What has been previously marked as hearing exhibit 205 is administratively noticed and added to the record as such.
Ms. Crane, could we please turn to page 45? Thank you. Mr. Piquet, you work with Mr. Eiley, correct?
Yes,
And is it correct that Mr. Eiley is the Regional Vice President for Regulatory Policy for the company?
that's correct.
Ms. Crane, could you please scroll down so we can see that question on line 14 in its entirety? And you can go on to the next page, please, if you can. If we can see starting on 14, that's perfect. Thank you. Mr. Piquet, can you see the question asking, what are the Cabin Creek regulatory considerations you want to address?
Yes, I see.
Thank you. Can you see the last full sentence on that page that states, for now, we are focused on getting the work done, and it is possible there will be issues we need to pursue with the contractors working on these projects from a legal perspective.
I see that.
Can we scroll down to the beginning of page 46, please, Ms. Crane? Thank you. Ms. Crane, can we scroll up just a little so we can see the end of 45? Thank you. And Mr. Piquet, can you see the last sentence beginning on page 45? It states, for example, the company anticipates being paid liquidated damages associated with contractor issues on the project, and there's the possibility of future litigation. Any liquidated damages would be returned to customers through the ECA, and any amounts recovered through litigation would be as well. Is that what that reads?
That is correct.
Mr. Piquet, you discussed liquidated damages in your testimony, right?
Yes,
But you don't discuss any decisions the company made to pursue legal action against GE?
that's correct. We don't discuss that.
And you didn't discuss any possibility of future litigation resulting from contractor issues, did you?
I did not.
Is it accurate to say that no amounts recovered through litigation associated with the Cabin Creek facility project have been passed on to customers through the ECA?
Just the amounts based on the liquidated damages have been passed through or advanced to customers already of the sum of $5 million. The settlement agreement talks about a remaining amount that is confidential, but the proceeding here before us does not talk about additional litigation with our vendors.
And you'd agree with me that the liquidated damages are separate from the amounts recovered through litigation contemplated by Mr. Eiley in this testimony, correct?
It appears that Mr. Eiley is referring to those two concepts. I would assume that those are different, but I don't know exactly what Mr. Eiley meant.
And you're not aware of any amounts that have been recovered through litigation associated with Cabin Creek, correct?
That's correct. I'm not aware of any amounts.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Piquet. Those are all my questions.
Mr. Piquet, I have a couple of, I think, quick questions for you. I'll ask you at least one of the same questions I asked Ms. O'Neill, which is, how do you define the term equity return as it was used in the settlement agreement? Yeah, let's just stop there.
Yes, well, it's nice to meet you, Your Honor, virtually here. I don't think we've had a chance to chat before. Yeah, thank you for the question. It's an important concept here, and as Ms. O'Neill was stating, right, we finance our capital work through a combination of internally generated funds as well as external financing, and that external financing is through debt investments as well as equity investments. The settlement agreement talks about that one particular portion of equity investors. And so we're taking the equity return and reducing it by a set amount over the next 5 years. So it's a combination of it's just one portion rather of our external financing sources that we're specifically discussing in the settlement agreement.
And again, so how is that term related, if at all, to the company's WACC?
The equity return is a portion of the weighted average cost of capital, right? It's a weighted average of short-term debt, long-term debt, and equity. And so the settlement agreement contemplates that equity portion.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. And then can you please explain how you arrived, how the settling parties arrived at the April 30th, 2024 cutoff date for the prudence presumption?
Yes, the April 30th cutoff date really encompasses the vast majority of information provided for review in this proceeding. I think through discovery, there was some additional information provided to parties beyond April 30th. But really most of what we're talking about was through April 30th. And so that's why the settlement agreement focuses on that date. Review of costs after that point aren't subject to the prudency determination that the settling parties are seeking here through the settlement agreement. Those will be subject to future ECA, PCCA annual prudency reviews.
Okay, thank you very much for these responses. Mr. Larson, do you have any redirect questions?
Can I just have one moment to confer with my co-counsel, Your Honor?
Of course.
Can you take down the document, April? So, because it's kind of hard to see. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Did Ms. Wiesenthal have a request of us? I didn't quite catch that.
He did not. He just asked Ms. Grain to remove hearing exhibit 205.
The company has no redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Piquet. You're excused. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Larson, would you kindly call your next witness? I believe Mr. Schottler.
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Eisenberg is going to be presenting Mr. Schottler. We have a witness room set up over here. We're just going to get Mr. Schottler situated if we could have a moment.
All right. So would a 5 or 10 minute recess be appropriate? Let's just do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's reconvene at 10.
Excellent. Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're on recess until 10 p.m. and I'm reminding everything that we're continuing to stream. So beware of your microphones and your video so we don't have any mishaps. So thank you. We're on recess until 10 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just testing audio over here.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Eisenberg.
Thank you.
Weisenthal, Ms. Crane, are you both ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Taking me a while. Yeah, I'm ready.
Thank you. We're back on the record in proceeding number 24A-0299E. Mr. Eisenberg, please call your next witness.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Public Service Company of Colorado calls Darren Schottler.
Mr. Schottler, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Eisenberg.
Good morning, Mr. Schottler.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Darren Schottler, DARINSCHOTTLER.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Xcel Energy Services specifically, and my current title is Senior Director of Major Projects.
And you caused to be filed in this proceeding hearing exhibit 102, your direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 106, your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And those were prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes, they were.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schottler is available for cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Schottler. Can you hear me all right?
Good morning. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Patrick Wittershine. I'm representing the Utility Consumer Advocate in this proceeding. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for
Likewise.
joining us. Mr. Schottler, I'd like to get to your role in the Cabin Creek project process. Can you tell me what your role was on the Cabin Creek project between the years 2015 and 2019?
I was not involved with the Cabin Creek project at that time.
You began in your current role at the company in 2020, right?
That is a little bit outdated. I was recently changed. I was recently promoted, so my current title did just change on April 1st. So at the time I prepared my documents, you're right, 2020 was the effective date of my current assignment.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
What is your new title?
Senior Director, Major Projects Group.
Okay. And when you filed your testimony, previously you were the Director of Regional Capital Projects?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that 2020 was the first year that you had any work responsibilities related to the Cabin Creek facility project?
No, that's not accurate either. In 2020, I was focused primarily on projects in a different area. So my first involvement with Cabin Creek was in 2022, when I assumed responsibility for the project management team and project execution.
So your previous role as Director of Regional Capital Projects, That included strategy, budgeting, development, and execution of other projects besides Cabin Creek, right?
Yes.
In addition to Cabin Creek.
Yes.
Is it accurate to say the purpose of your testimony is to provide details on the company's prudent management of and actions in developing and executing the Cabin Creek facility project?
Yes.
And you just testified responsibility for development and execution of Cabin Creek fell within your purview beginning in 2022, right?
Yes.
You also testified that Dana Armstrong was the project manager starting in 2023, right?
That is correct.
Does Ms. Armstrong still work for the company?
Mr. Armstrong, and yes,
Correct.
he does.
Apologies. Is Mr. Armstrong a witness in this proceeding?
No, sir.
So I understand from your testimony that the company had a project management team responsible for managing the execution of the Cabin Creek facility project, correct?
Yes.
And you aren't a member of that team, are you?
No, sir, I am not a member of that team.
And you never have been a member of that team?
Until 2022. In 2022, I did join the leadership team for the projects group and became the supervision of the project management team.
Okay. The company also had a site management team, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the EPC contractor, General Electric or GE, they had an on-site management team located next door at the Cabin Creek facility, correct?
Yes.
So is it true that no members of the company's Cabin Creek project management or site management teams are witnesses in this proceeding?
That is correct.
Is it also true that,
Except for me from 2022 on.
okay. Is it true that no members of GE's Cabin Creek management team are witnesses in this proceeding?
Yes.
So I'd like to get into a sort of timeline of the project, which you discussed in your testimony, correct?
Okay.
Ms. Crank, could we please pull up hearing exhibit 106? The public version is fine for now. And Mr. Schottler, this is your rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Crane, could we please go to page 4? Thank you. If we could scroll down to see as much of that table as we can, that would be helpful. Thank you. So Mr. Schottler, looking at your list of attachments in the rebuttal testimony, I see documents dated for years 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, and 2019. Does that sound correct?
I'm skimming them. That looks accurate.
So would you agree there are no documents attached to your rebuttal testimony explaining actions the company or GE took that were created in the years 2017, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023?
That was a little bit much. Could you please repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Sure. So there are no documents attached to your rebuttal testimony explaining actions the company or GE took created in the years 2017, 18, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Is that right?
Could I ask you to scroll up to the first page? I'm just want to make sure that before I answer, I'm being comprehensive with, oh, okay, that is the whole list of attachments.
I think
It's just,
the table goes to the next page, Mr. Schottler. So maybe Ms. Crane could show you page 4 and then
there you go. Yeah. I just want to make sure that I'm being as accurate as I can here. So I think the answer to your question is yes.
So the CPCN for Cabin Creek, that was issued in 2015, correct?
Yes.
The EPC contract with GE was signed in September of 2016, right?
Yes,
You testified that construction at Cabin Creek associated with the EPC contract began in July 2018, right?
that is correct.
So at the time that construction began in July 2018, when did the company believe the Cabin Creek facility project would be complete?
I do not know at this moment. I don't know if I should speculate a guess, but I believe at that time we thought we were still on schedule for a May of 2020 completion date. We have to open up one of these documents and look a little closer.
Okay, we might be able to do that later. Mr. Schottler, is it accurate to say that the EPC contract attached to your rebuttal testimony included set schedule guarantees with specific dates for GE to deliver mechanical and substantial completion of units A and B?
Yes, that's true.
So there were 4 total schedule guarantees associated with units A and B included in the contract, right?
2 for substantial completion, 1 for unit alpha, 1 for unit Bravo, and then 2 for final acceptance, unit alpha and unit Bravo. So yes, 4 for
Okay.
schedule.
And you mentioned the schedule guarantees were for mechanical completion and substantial completion for each unit, correct?
That's not what I said, but that is actually more accurate. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No need to apologize. So you testified your belief that when construction began in July 2018, the company still believed GE could deliver the schedule guarantees included in the EPC contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But your written testimony goes on to explain GE had issues completing required tasks on schedule per their contract, right?
That is true.
Is it accurate to say that GE failed to meet all of the schedule guarantees associated with the Unit A and Unit B upgrades?
I'm not sure. Because we had liquidated damages provisions in the contract, there's a legal definition around what that means and how the payment of liquidated damages affects the terminology. So in terms of the dates, if we just talk about the dates that were in the original contract and don't use the term failed to meet the guarantees, yes, those dates were not achieved. There's like a legal kind of aspect there that I'm not intimately familiar with.
Okay. When did the company realize that GE was in danger of missing any of the agreed upon guaranteed contract dates?
I was thinking about that because I was listening to Jason Pequay's discussion, and I believe in the fall of 2017, when we were doing some pre-outage inspections, and we discovered the cracks. There were some cracks down in the head cover that at that time we weren't sure how serious they were, but as we did more analysis, and it's very complicated, I could explain the finite element modeling that had to be done, but as it became apparent we need to replace the head covers, it became apparent that we were not going to be able to meet the in-service dates for unit alpha, just for unit alpha at that time.
Okay, so your testimony is that the issues associated with Unit A were identified as early as the fall of 2017.
Some of the issues were starting to arise to our level of attention at that time, yes.
And Unit A, mechanical completion was the first schedule guarantee, right?
Yes.
So did the company realize before the specified guaranteed date for Unit A mechanical completion that GE was in danger of not meeting the schedule guarantee?
Objection lacks foundation. Just as to the dates, it would be helpful to pull up the contract and look at the specific language in the contract if we're going to go into more details here.
Your Honor, you're on mute. Would you like me to
Sorry.
respond?
Could you could you kindly repeat your explanation for the objection?
Yes, Your Honor, it lacks foundation just as to, Mr. Wintershine is asking about a date in the contract, and I don't think it's been established what date that was.
Okay.
So I don't have an issue with the question, if you understand.
I think I do. Okay, I'll sustain the objection, and Mr. Wintershine, you're welcome to lay additional foundation or re-ask the question, or however you want to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The contract itself is highly confidential, and I was planning on requesting a highly confidential session in just a few questions, if you'd allow me to finish up here.
Understood. So is there a way for you to ask the question? Would you like to ask that question later? How do you want to proceed?
Your Honor, I believe the foundation's been laid. Mr. Schottler testified that he was aware that there were 4 guaranteed scheduled dates previously, and I'm asking when the company realized one of those dates was in danger of not being met.
Okay, well then,
But I could re-ask this question in our highly confidential session.
no, I think I now you have convinced me. So because you did ask those 4 dates. So I'll reverse my, I guess, decision and allow Mr. Schottler to respond.
Mr. Schottler, I can repeat the question.
While you're repeating the question, would you be willing to, oh, no, you can't. I was going to ask you to call up the pages from the contract so we could look at the exact dates, but okay. I think I can, but go ahead and re-ask the question.
Thank you. Did the company realize before the specified date for Unit A mechanical completion that GE was in danger of not meeting the schedule guarantee?
Objection vague. I don't know what specified date Mr. Wintershine is referred to. Again, I don't have an issue with Mr. Schottler responding to this question, but it may be better to do in highly confidential session when he can look at the contract.
I agree with that. So Mr. Wintershine, why won't you save these lines of questions until we're in a confidential session?
Okay, certainly.
Do you have? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Crane, we could take this exhibit down right now. And I request that we please move into a highly confidential session to discuss hearing exhibit 106, attachment DWS 16, the highly confidential version.
Okay, Ms. Crane, could you do whatever needs to be done for us to get into a confidential session?
Yes, for sure. Mr. Wintershine, can you just confirm that the parties in the hearing right now are allowed to stay online for the highly confidential session?
Mr. Eisenberg, it appears that's correct. Ms. Crane, I believe that's accurate.
All right, so I'm just going to pause the Zoom recording and stop the live stream. Just give me a second and then we can enter the session.
Ms. Crane, you'll tell me when we're ready?
Yeah, just a few more seconds here.
Of course, take your time. I mean, there was not a, just let me know. Thank you.
Okay, we are ready.
Thank you very much. We are back on the record in a public session of proceeding number 24A-0299E. Mr. Eisenberg, you're welcome to proceed with your redirect questioning for Mr. Schottler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Schottler.
Morning.
I just have a few questions about the exchange you had with counsel for UCA, Mr. Witterschein, a few moments ago. Mr. Witterschein asked you some questions about the specific terms in the GE contract. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
He also had some questions about a piece of equipment referred to as the isolated phase bus duct system. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall whether either UCA or staff raised any of the issues that you just discussed with Mr. Witterschein in their answer testimony?
No, I do not believe they did at all.
So there was no reason for you to respond to an issue that wasn't raised when you drafted your rebuttal testimony.
That would be logical and accurate.
You discussed with counsel for UCA some questions about sort of when the company knew that the schedule for the project was shifting. Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And I think there was one date in 2017 related to the discovery of an issue on the head cover that you mentioned.
Yes.
Could you just describe for the judge, was the change in the schedule from the original scheduled date to what actually became the final completion date, did that shift occur at a single point in time?
Could I ask you to rephrase that? We started talking about the head cover, and then I think you're talking about the whole project, maybe.
No, I apologize, Mr. Scheller. I asked a bad question. So focusing more generally on the project and not just on the head cover. It's been discussed in this case that there was a change in the schedule from the original anticipated date as of 2015 to the end of 2023 when the two units actually finally came online, right?
Yes.
And my question is just generally, did the change in the schedule, did that all occur at one date, or was that something that was discovered more gradually?
Okay, now I understand the question. And obviously the answer is it wasn't all at once. There wasn't a watershed event where everything changed and we realized we were going to take a lot longer to finish the project. It was very incremental. And the first big increment is, like you said, the head cover discovery. But then there was several other increments, including the isophase, for example, that we talked about, and other things that are in my direct and rebuttal testimony. But yeah, spread across many years.
So as of that 2017 date that was mentioned by counsel for UCA, it's not as if at that point the company suddenly knew the project would take until the end of 2023. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, that's very accurate, and that was reflected in our annual report submitted sometime later.
You recall some questions relating to, I believe, one of the project engineers, Mr. Dana Armstrong?
Yes, I remember that discussion.
Does Mr. Armstrong report to you?
Yes, he does.
Where can you just describe in the organizational chart where Mr. Armstrong is relative to you?
It's not a direct report. He reports to a director who, he reports to a manager who reports to a director who reports to me. So maybe 3 or 4 levels in the organization that separate us.
So fair to say you're relatively high up in the organization in terms of the engineering organization at Excel.
Yes.
And so you have a view into the folks working below you, including Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Were you able to consult with Excel Energy engineers who worked on this project during the course of your preparation of your testimony?
I was able to, and I think it was discussed even this morning during Jason's testimony that, you know, Mr. Pierce, the project manager before Dana, who tragically did pass away before he was able to see the project to completion. I spent a lot of time actually talking to John about the project, getting up to speed on the history of the project, as well as interviewing other people. There are other people that work for the company now that had participated in the projects in various capacities throughout the life cycle of it.
You were you able to consult with anyone outside of Excel Energy in learning about aspects of the project prior to your direct involvement?
Absolutely. Yeah, we were fortunate that HDR, our consultant that started that study way back in 2009, that their project manager and including some of their key project team members were persistent all the way through the end of the project. So they provided a wealth of information for us, for me, really, on understanding some of the things that happened way before my involvement, and also helping explain some of the technical things that happened. And I'm sorry, Counselor, I'd also like to throw out General Electric. So there was quite a few people at General Electric that were involved in the project from very early on that I was able to consult with as well.
No, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. I'd like to switch gears and talk for a few minutes about some of the discussion you had with counsel for UCA regarding the contract with GE. Do you have that subject in mind?
Yes.
And we're on the public record, so we'll be careful not to discuss any specifics that are highly confidential, but I think we can do this discussion in public. Mr. Wittershine asked you some questions about the change in the overall EPC price as change orders were approved. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you just explain why, if the contract is a fixed price contract, that total amount for the EPC work with change orders did change over time?
Certainly. That could be confusing on the surface. If someone uses the term fixed, well, that means it's fixed and it never changes. What fixed means in this context is that the scope was defined. The scope was very, very clear what it was supposed to include, and the cost and the schedule associated with that scope were fixed as well. So what changes in a fixed price contract is something else, right? So the scope changed. We added more scope. We added, for example, the head cover replacement, right? That was a change in the scope. So that looks like it means the contract is changing in cost, and it really is. It's probably good to compare it maybe to what's a non-fixed price contract. And an example of that might be a time and materials contract, where you hire perhaps someone to come in your home and just do some work, and they're going to charge you how many hours it takes to do it. That's not what a fixed price contract is. A fixed price contract basically says no matter how much effort GE needs to expend to accomplish the task, they can only charge us what's in the contract. It's a fixed amount. If we change the scope, then we can, change the amounts. It's the only way. I can't hear you, Counselor.
I apologize. Maybe to summarize, there was a number, the original number for the fixed price contract, which we don't need to say what the number is in the public session, but that number was for a fixed scope of work under the original contract.
Yes.
And that dollar figure stayed the same over the entire life of the contract for that, the part of the work that was specified under the original contract. Is that a fair summary?
That is very accurate, yes.
I'd like to clarify a couple questions relating to liquidated damages without going into the specific numbers in the contract, just sticking to what was discussed in your public testimony. There were liquidated damages for performance guarantees as well as for schedule guarantees.
Yes.
And you've discussed how GE has paid the full amount for schedule guarantee liquidated damages.
That is accurate.
Has GE paid the full amount that it owes for performance liquidated damages?
Well, that's not a good question. The answer is that they don't need to because they achieved all the performance guarantees. And in fact, they even did better than what the guarantees were. So no liquidated damages were owable in the contract at all for performance.
There was also a question or several questions about GE's foreign material exclusion program. Do you recall that line of question?
Yes.
Did GE have that program in place from the start of its work?
Yes.
I think one last question about the contract. You recall, without going into the specifics, do you recall some questions from counsel for UCA about company's right to terminate the contract in certain instances?
Yes.
Mr. Scheller, why did the company just terminate the contract with GE? Seems like that might have been simpler.
Yeah, that's a fair question. It's just not as simple as we're not happy with this contractor, let's get a different one. We're into some very sophisticated and in many cases proprietary design attributes. And when you're 3/4 of the way through the project or almost 80% through the project and you realize that you're going to be late, it's just, you would essentially terminate without a good basis for it. And you would pay some money to do that. And then you would still need to go hire somebody else who would not. There's nobody that's willing to take on somebody else's preliminary work as their responsibility. So a third party would have to start over and they would start basically from scratch and have to go through all the same things again. So depending on when you terminated it, you could end up paying nearly twice for the work. And then of course, you're going to lose all that time. So you're going to double the schedule. So if we would have canceled GE's contract before we even started and went with somebody else, who knows what might have happened. But to cancel it partway through is extremely complex and would only add more cost and schedule delays.
Just a few more questions for you. I see, Your Honor, or did you want to take a break? I see you.
No.
Okay, I'll keep going. We're close, Your Honor, and then I think we can get everyone to lunch. Mr. Scheller, did the company take steps with GE to ensure that they were diligently pursuing their work under the contract?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, could you just explain what steps the company took at a high level, just a summary?
Yeah, certainly. And much of this is in my rebuttal testimony. Some of it's in my direct initial testimony, but it's not radically different than anything the company does in terms of how we manage our construction contractors. It's an EPC, right? So it's engineering, procurement, and construction. So it's got all the different elements, but how we manage that starts with a really good contract, which we reviewed parts of that today, really good language around commercial, technical scope, making sure that's all defined well. And then it just flows into execution. We manage that contract very tightly. We assign people that it's their full-time job to oversee that contract, to make sure that all the provisions that are in there are being met or delivered, if it's a deliverable, on time. We get progress reports from, in this case, General Electric. Every month they submitted a progress report. Every month they submitted a detailed schedule showing how things were going and where challenges were happening. We had meetings. The record is full of the different meetings that took place, but at least a monthly meeting. There was weekly meetings at the time when I joined, and then as we got towards the end of the project, we were meeting every single day with GE, working quite closely to really recover some of the schedule. But really, just the most important thing was to finish the project safely with high quality, so that we would have a unit or 2 units that would serve our customers for the next 40 years very reliably. So the company did a lot of things to manage this contract, and I think we did them very well.
One more question for you. We were talking about the fixed price for the scope of work under the original GE contract. Without getting into any specific numbers that might be confidential, did GE absorb costs in order to complete the scope of work under that original contract?
Yeah, they absolutely did. They had to absorb all the costs associated with any of the rework that had to be done. For example, in my testimony, I talk about a problem with the brake dust collection system, which doesn't sound really onerous until you realize that it caused millions of dollars worth of damage that had to be repaired, and GE had to fix all of that completely on their cost.
Thank you very much for your time this morning, Mr. Schaller. Nothing further from Mr. Schaller from the company, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Schottler. Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. Mr. Schottler, you are excused. Let's see. I believe the next witness is Mr. Detmer. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And could you give me Mr. Witterschein, can you give me an estimate as to the length of the questioning for Mr. Detmer?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't expect it to last longer than 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay, so I'll with that said, why won't we go ahead and have you, Mr. Eisenberg, call Mr. Detmer. We might take a break after Mr. Detmer gives us his testimony, and we'll reconvene after lunch. Does that sound like a decent plan to everybody? Very good. Mr. Eisenberg, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We're just getting the witness room switched. So, if, with your indulgence, we could just have 2 minutes to just switch out the witnesses.
Let's take a 3-minute recess until 12:03. We're on recess. Thank you.
Babe, would you mind if we took our lunch break now? I'm sorry. I guess it just seems like it would be. I'm a little tired.
Okay. All right. I hear you, Ms. Weisenthal. Mr. Eisenberg, Mr. Witterschein, and Mr. Krakis, did you all hear that? We're going to be taking the recess right now for lunch.
That's acceptable to the company, of course.
All right. So we'll be on recess until 1. Let's call it 1:15 p.m. We'll reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Ms. Weisenthal, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. We're back on the record in proceeding number 24A-0299E. Mr. Eisenberg, I believe you were about to call your next witness. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Public Service Company of Colorado calls Nicholas Detmer.
Hello, Mr. Detmer. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Eisenberg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Detmer.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Nicholas, Nicholas Detmer, Detmer.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Excel Energy Services, and I'm the Director of Market Operations and Analytics.
And did you cause to be filed what's been marked and already admitted into the record as hearing exhibit 103, your direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 107, your rebuttal testimony, and the attachments thereto?
Yes,
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would you have the same answers?
I would.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Detmer is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Wittershine, it seems you're about ready, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Detmer, can you see and hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Wittershine. I'm representing the utility consumer advocate in this proceeding. It's nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Thank you for joining us here. I just have a few questions about your testimony. Your testimony, it provided calculations of estimated replacement power costs associated with the Cabin Creek facility project, correct?
Yes.
Can you please explain to me what replacement power costs are?
It would be an alternative case. What would you have done had that, if in this instance, in this particular case, had Cabin Creek been available during the period in question, how would you have operated the system differently? Redispatch the system, for example, with the availability of that facility and the costs associated with that. And then the difference in those costs in how it was operated and how it might have been operated in the alternative case.
It's correct that you used a production cost model to estimate these replacement power costs, right?
That's correct.
And you use a phrase in your testimony, incremental system costs. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Am I correct that incremental system costs here refer to costs involved in operating the system made necessary by the outage of the Cabin Creek facility?
It would be the incremental costs of the system since the Cabin Creek was unavailable during this period.
So these purchases were necessary to operate the system and deliver power to customers, right?
They're not purchases. It's a redispatch of the system.
Okay, thank you. But those costs were incremental, meaning they would not have been incurred if Cabin Creek was operated, correct?
It was operated, yeah, correct.
So you provide an estimate in your testimony, but some amount of replacement power costs resulting from the Cabin Creek outage was actually incurred by the company, correct?
Yes.
So this isn't a theoretical exercise. It's an estimation of the actual costs that the company paid during the time period.
It is an estimation of costs between how we operated the system and how the system would have operated had Cabin been available.
Is it accurate to say that when Cabin Creek is not in service or not operating, there's no way for the company to operate its system without purchasing replacement power?
No.
Mr. Detmer, your direct testimony estimates incremental system costs resulting from the extension in the schedule of the upgrades at Cabin Creek from February 2019 through December 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the estimate of the incremental replacement power costs for that time period is approximately $27 million.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Detmer. Those are all my questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Detmer. You hold on just a moment. All right. I appreciate your testimony, Mr. Detmer. I do not have questions for you. Mr. Eisenberg, any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, if I may.
Of course. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Detmer, you just discussed with Mr. Witterschein a grand total for replacement power costs from 2019 to 2023. You recall that?
Yes.
You are not offering any opinion as to what portion of that time period may or may not have been due to any imprudence on the part of the company. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It is other public service company witnesses that have the role of discussing specific time periods or events that may or may not have been imprudent, correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Mr. Detmer.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Detmer. You are excused. Let's see. I believe Mr. Witterschein, it is your witness who is scheduled to speak next. Mr. O'Neill, is that correct?
That is Mr. Neal
I'm
for
sorry,
the Utility
Mr. Neal.
Consumer Advocate. UCA will call Mr. Neal to the stand.
Thank you. Mr. Neal, thank you. Welcome. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead, and before and when you're ready, you can tender your witness for questioning to the company.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Neal, can you see and hear me all right?
Yes. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Neal, could you please state and spell your name?
Yes. Chris Neal, CHRISNEIL.
And what is your role at the Office of Utility Consumer Advocate?
I'm a rate financial analyst.
Did you file answer testimony and cross answer testimony, hearing exhibits 200 and 201 in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
If I asked you the questions in your testimony here today, would your answers be the same as contained in your written testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Neal is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Larson, I see you turn your camera on. Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you all hear me okay? Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Neal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson.
You and I have met before, but for the record, my name is Matt Larson. I represent Public Service. So I want to start. You're aware that the company filed a motion to approve a non-unanimous comprehensive settlement agreement on April 4, 2025, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And UCA filed a response to the company's motion on April 11, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And in that response, UCA stated, quote, UCA opposes Piesco's motion to approve the non-unanimous comprehensive settlement agreement for the reasons outlined in its pre-filed testimony, end quote, correct?
Correct.
UCA did not file any testimony in opposition to the settlement, correct?
No.
So other than that one sentence in the filing made last Friday stating that UCA opposes the settlement, there's no information in a record as of the start of the hearing today by which the ALJ could determine UCA's position with respect to the particulars of settlement, correct?
I thought the motion, UCA's motion said that we oppose it based on my testimony in the proceeding.
I just want to walk through the settlement agreement with you briefly, and we can pull it up if helpful. Ms. Crane, are we able to pull up hearing exhibit 110, which I believe is the public version of the non-unanimous comprehensive settlement agreement? Is this the highly confidential version or the public version?
So this is what was marked as the public version.
Okay. Tell you what, we'll work around it. So Mr. Neal, I want to just start on page 2 of the settlement agreement, where it states that the settling parties agree that the commission should approve the company's application, including all requested relief, subject to the following modifications and conditions. Okay.
That's what it states.
And I take it that UCA believes there should still be disallowances relating to the Cabin Creek project, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to the modifications agreed to by the settling parties in this agreement, UCA recommends the ALJ add on some additional disallowances, correct?
Correct.
So if we can go to, I just want to start there with section 1. It's entitled Rate Making Treatment for DOE Funding. Do you see that?
Yes.
And as part of this provision, the settling parties agree that the company will return the entirety of up to $5 million from DOE if and when it's received. You see that?
Yes.
Does UCA oppose that term of the settlement agreement?
Certainly not.
I'm sorry?
Certainly not.
And then on pages 2 to 3, there's a new section there, Roman 2, scope of the prudence determination. And the parties agree that no presumption of prudence is going to apply to costs incurred after April 30, 2024. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does UCA oppose that term?
Yes.
UCA opposes that term.
Yes.
So other than your answer testimony, UCA has not presented any testimony or argument as to how the commission should make determinations regarding prudence in this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
The next part, 3, can we scroll down briefly? Oh, perfect. All right, it's blacked out. Thank you, Ms. Crane. So in section 3, it's credit to customers for a true up of liquidated damages under the GE contract. You see that?
Yes.
And under that term, the company's going to return the differential beyond what it's already credited to customers associated with liquidated damages, right?
Yes.
Do UCA oppose that term?
No.
I'm going to skip over section 4. If we go down to section 5. So Section 5 of this settlement agreement has a series of reporting commitments with respect to the Cabin Creek facility. And does UCA oppose that term of the settlement agreement?
No,
And then if we could go down slightly more, Ms. Crane, Section 6, there's reporting on unplanned outages associated with the Cabin Creek facility. And it's similar to previously agreed to reporting with respect to the Comanche 3 unit. Does UCA oppose that term of the settlement agreement?
no,
And then if we go to Section 7, there's a generation fleet performance that was the subject of some discussion earlier in the hearing that you may have heard. Does UCA oppose that term of the settlement agreement?
I have not reviewed that in detail. It's an agreement between staff and Fiesco and not with UCA.
Okay, so you don't have a position on that at this time, sir?
Not at this time.
And if we can go back up to Section 4. And this is the reduction in equity return at a $8 million value returned over 5 years. And UCA opposes this term, I assume?
We're not opposed to that term, but it doesn't begin to recover the extra cost to customers that was incurred by the extended outage of Cabin Creek.
So in your view, there needs to be additional dollars put into a structure like that from your perspective, correct?
There need to be additional dollars. I don't know about in a structure like this, but additional dollars are certainly appropriate.
So I want to move to the standard for opposing the settlement agreement. Okay. And I want to talk about the question of how the ALJ will evaluate the settlement agreement that the company and staff have put forward. So the company's motion to approve the settlement agreement that was filed on April 4 argues that the settlement agreement is just, reasonable, and in the public interest, correct?
Apparently,
It does?
apparently,
And to convince the ALJ to reject the settlement agreement, the UCA needs to show the settlement agreement is unjust, unreasonable, and not in the public interest, correct?
I don't know if we have to show all three of those. We have to show it's not in the public interest.
But you also need to show it's unjust and unreasonable, isn't that true?
I think that will be a legal interpretation. I'm not a lawyer.
I would object to that, Your Honor.
Sustained.
So coming back to what we were just talking about, to prevail in opposing the settlement agreement, you have to do more than just show that there's another dollar figure for a reduction in equity return that the UCA prefers, correct?
Again, I think that's a legal interpretation.
But you need to show to your previously, I think we just talked about that you need to show the agreement it's not in the public interest. So you need to show that the $8 million in the settlement agreement reduction in equity return is not in the public interest, right?
I would agree with that.
And it's actually more than just showing that the $8 million is not in the public interest. You need to show that the settlement agreement as a whole is not in the public interest, right?
I don't agree with that.
Well, the settling parties filed the agreement as an integrated whole, correct?
I'm not.
I would object to that, Your Honor. Calling for a legal conclusion.
If I could respond, Your Honor, I'm just asking for his opinion as to whether the agreement is all designed to work together or whether it's a menu of options.
Okay, repeat the question, Mr. Larson, or rephrase it if you wish. And Mr. Neal, please wait for me to make a decision before you respond.
So, Mr. Neal, just to back up and restate the question, the settlement agreement was filed as an agreement in its entirety, not as a menu of different options to accept or reject, correct?
I would allow this question. The objection is overruled.
I would agree to that part.
And settlement negotiations involve give and take on different terms, right?
Generally, yes.
So hypothetically speaking, a settlement agreement that includes whatever UCA's recommended number is for a reduction in equity return, even assuming there was agreement around that number, could potentially include other modifications. Isn't that true?
Yes, but I want to point out that UCA was not involved in this settlement agreement at all. We were not a participant in these settlement discussions.
Yeah, I'm just talking about hypothetically speaking, if there was a change to one part of it, there could potentially be changes to others as part of that give and take. Isn't that true?
Hypothetically, among the parties of the settlement negotiations.
And the company and staff are seeking approval of the settlement agreement without modification, correct?
Apparently, yes.
And if a portion of the settlement agreement was rejected or modified, a party could withdraw from the agreement. Isn't that true?
Generally, that's one of the terms of the settlement agreement. I don't know specifically about this one. You didn't show that term.
And in that circumstance, the company is not obligated to agree to any of the concessions that it made during the settlement process, whether they're monetary or otherwise. Isn't that true?
If they withdraw from the settlement agreement, that's generally the situation.
And we'd be back to square one, right? Where staff would presumably argue its answer testimony position. UCA would argue its range of disallowances up to $137.7 million. And public service would argue for no disallowances at all. That could happen, couldn't it?
Yes.
And the ALJ would need to hold a full evidentiary hearing to decide the merits of all those disputed issues. Isn't that true?
The ALJ is holding a litigated hearing.
But it would revert back to square one and we would
Object.
essentially start over. Isn't that true?
I don't, what is the basis for your objection, Mr. Witterschein?
Calling for legal conclusions on the procedure of the modification of the settlement.
I'll sustain the objection, but I'll give Mr. Larson a little bit of leeway because many of these are issues that were raised in Mr. Neal's testimony. So again, if you can rephrase Mr. Larson such that Mr. Neal is not required to give a legal conclusion, that would be great.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Mr. Neal, in the event that one party withdrew from the settlement agreement, there would be potentially a new evidentiary hearing where we essentially try the whole case on the merits, right?
Possibly.
And that just happened actually in a Black Hills, Colorado gas clean heat proceeding. Are you familiar with that case?
No, I'm not. I'm not involved in that case.
And if we went to a new hearing, it's possible the ALJ could order a disallowance within the range that UCA suggests, right?
Correct.
It's also possible the ALJ could find there was no imprudence or imprudence was only tied to impacts at something less than $8 million. That could happen too, couldn't it?
Yes.
Object for calling for speculation from the witness.
I sustain.
So I do want to stay with the prudence standard a little bit because you did testify to that in your testimony. So I'm going to move to that section, which is page 8 of hearing exhibit 200, where you testify that you're applying the prudence standard from Rule 4608. And we can pull it up if that's helpful for you.
That would probably be good.
Okay. Ms. Crane, can we pull up hearing exhibit 200? I think we can just do the public version of it. If we scroll down to page 8, And here's where you talk about Rule 4608, right?
Can you scroll down a little bit, please? Thank you, that's good.
You discuss here and you testify that you're applying Rule 4608 as you evaluate the case, correct?
Yes,
And that's a provision, as you note in your testimony, from the gas rules, but it's something that's been used in electric commodity adjustment cases and electric related prudence reviews, correct?
correct.
And you've testified in a number of cases where the commission has applied that standard, correct?
Correct.
And if you go down to the bottom of page 8, if we could scroll down there a little bit, Ms. Crane. There's a question and it kind of bleeds over starting there at line 24. And the question is this the standard that Piesco is proposing to use? Do you see that?
Yes,
And you agree that Piesco is applying the same standard in its testimony, right?
basically, yes.
Yeah, the question says, is this the standard that Piesco is proposing to use? And you answer yes, correct?
Yes. But then Mr. PK has a conditional statement at the start of his response before he gets to the part about being knew or should have known at the time the decision was made.
Yeah, and here at page 9, starting at line 1, you actually have a quote from Mr. Piquet that states, under the appropriate standard of review, the question is not whether in retrospect every decision during the project was perfect given the information we know now. Right? See that?
Yes, and that's just what I said. He has a conditional statement on the prior part of what is really the statement in the rule.
And do you agree with that statement?
We're sitting here now, we have to consider what we know now and try to assess what they knew or should have known when they made their decision. We can't ignore entirely what we know now.
But you don't disagree with Mr. Piquet's statement from his testimony there, do you?
I believe I answered that.
Well, I'm just confirming because your testimony appears to suggest that you agree with that statement, and I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement?
I agree with particularly the part that says this is based on what they knew or should have known at the time they made the decision.
And that the statement really has two parts to it. And first, under the prudence standard, the utilities actions don't have to be perfect. You agree with that, don't you?
I don't think that's in the rule. Can you point me to that?
So you think the utilities actions need to be perfect in order to be prudent?
I didn't say that. I just said, I don't think that's the rule. I don't think we have to consider that there were or were not perfect.
Mr. Piquet's statement there is talking about the notion of perfection, and you said you agreed with this statement.
Can
Is that not
you
your testimony?
scroll down, please? I don't see where that's addressed.
So if we go up to page, it's actually line 2 of your testimony there on page 9. He's saying the question is not whether in retrospect every decision during the project was perfect given the information we know now. You see that?
Oh, yes, now I see it. He said that, and I said that was the part that I didn't necessarily agree with. That was conditional and not the part of the rule.
Your testimony seems to suggest that you agree with that statement. Is that not your testimony anymore?
I agree with the part that says what they knew or should have known at the time of the decision.
But you also agree that the actions don't have to be perfect. Isn't that true?
I don't agree with that.
So you think that the actions do need to be perfect?
I didn't say that, and I don't agree with it.
So under the prudence standard, utilities' actions are not to be judged on the benefit of 2020 hindsight. Do you agree with that statement?
As I said before, we have to consider what we know now and how we can use that to determine what they knew or should have known at the time they make the decision.
So is it your testimony that we need to include 2020 hindsight in evaluating prudence and that the utilities' actions need to be perfect?
I didn't say that.
So this standard's been articulated by the commission, multiple different times. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And Ms. Crane, if we could pull up from the company's box, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 123, the public version. Thank you. And I'll note for the record, this is decision number R25-0176 from proceeding number 24A-0327E. And that was the company's annual electric commodity adjustment, purchase capacity cost adjustment, prudence review for 2023. And Mr. Neal, do you recognize this order?
No, I have not actually read it.
You're a witness in this case, isn't that true?
Yes.
But you haven't read the decision?
No, I've been kind of busy. And I might add, I think we filed exceptions on this decision.
Yeah, but have you read the decision? I'm sorry, sir, that was my question.
I just said I have not read it.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd like to take administrative notice of this decision under Rule 1501C.
Any objections?
No objection.
What's been previously marked as, has it been marked? Let's see.
Yes, sir. It's hearing exhibit 123.
123, I see it on the top. I'm sorry. What's been previously marked as hearing exhibit 123 is administratively noticed and added to the record.
Thank you. So just staying with this decision for a moment, I recognize, as you noted earlier, Mr. Neal, that UCA disputes some of Judge Merbaba's factual findings in the proceeding here, but I want to focus on her discussion of the legal standard. So Ms. Crane, if we could scroll down to page 7. And in paragraph 2022, or in paragraph, I'm sorry, I'm doing years and not paragraphs. My apologies. So in paragraph 22, Judge Merbaba states that prudence for cost recovery is not determined based on the perfection of 2020 hindsight, but must be assessed by evaluating whether utilities' action or inaction was reasonable in light of information known or which should have been known at the time. Do you see that?
Yes, but you stop one sentence short where she says, but a hindsight review is appropriate to determine how to address similar issues moving forward.
Do you agree with Judge Merbaba's statement here in paragraph 22?
Yes.
So if we could go to page 18, paragraph 46. And it's sort of toward the bottom of the page. About 3 lines up from the bottom, the order states, and I'm going to quote, although the company experienced setbacks and learning curves, the prudence standard does not require perfection. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
So do you agree that just because a utility experiences a setback in some matter, that is not by itself enough to support a disallowance?
I think that's too big a generalization to make. It'd be based on the specific circumstances.
So to that point, there has to be an actual imprudent action that was the cause of the setback. Isn't that true?
I think that's, again, a statement too far.
So do you think any and all setbacks should result in a disallowance or a finding of imprudence in the course of a major project?
I just said it depends on the specific circumstances.
Right, and if the specific circumstances involve some kind of imprudent action for a period of time, then, and that was the cause of a setback, that could lead to a disallowance. Isn't that true?
Yes,
So I want to change gears a little bit. You attached your CV to hearing exhibit 200. And I just have some general questions about it. I don't think we need to pull it up. And Ms. Crane, thank you. We can take this down. And your CV was attachment CN1 to hearing exhibit 200, correct?
yes,
And you have about 5 decades of experience in the energy and utility sector, isn't that true?
yes,
And you've held a number of positions where you gained experience in resource planning and economic forecasting, isn't that true?
yes,
You haven't had any jobs managing construction projects, correct?
correct,
And you're not a professional engineer, correct?
correct,
And you haven't had any roles supervising engineers engaged in the construction of power plants, transmission lines, or other large-scale utility infrastructure, isn't that true?
correct.
I want to move back to your testimony. It might actually be helpful to call it up. Hearing exhibit 200 again, Ms. Crane, if that's possible. Thank you. And focusing on your testimony, we're going to start with discussions of whether the company acted imprudently at any point during the project, and then we'll turn to the calculations ranges that you provided as part of your testimony. Okay.
Yes,
So if we go down to page 30 of your testimony, to Rev 1. If Ms. Crane, if we could scroll down a little bit, I'm looking at line 14. And you discuss prudence in this section 7 of your testimony, and that begins in about the middle of page 30 and it goes to about the middle of page 34. Is that correct?
it starts here. That's what I know, or what I can see on the screen.
We can go down to page 34 and see where it ends and section 8 starts. If that's helpful to you.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
so-
the end of that section.
Yeah, so that section goes from the middle of page 30 to about the middle of page 34, correct?
Correct,
So there's 4 pages of text in your testimony supporting your argument that the company was imprudent, correct?
correct,
And this is the same testimony along with your cross-answer testimony that was referred to in UCA's response to the motion to approve the settlement. It's the pre-filed testimony, right?
yes,
And these 4 pages support disallowances, which if we take the top of the range for all of your ranges, total $137.7 million, correct?
I have not added up the top of the range, but subject to check, I'll agree with that statement.
Yeah, would it surprise you if I totaled up the top of all the ranges and it was $137.7 million?
I just said, subject to check, I agree with that.
I'm sorry, you broke up on me a little bit, Mr. Neal. Apologies. I think I had a glitch. Can you say that
I'm
one more
sorry.
time?
I said that, subject to check, I agree with that number.
Thank you. So if we could go back to page 30, I want to focus on the first question and answer in section 7. And it states that you discuss 2 aspects of prudence in this section of your testimony. You see that?
Yes,
And I think there actually may be 3 aspects of prudence, but that's what I want to explore with you, okay?
yes,
So starting page 30, line 20, and going through page 32, line 10, you discuss how, in your view, there was an, quote, inadequate assessment of the problems and development of the scope of work at the start of the project, correct?
correct,
And then on page 32, line 11 through page 33, line 15, you discuss an incident in February of 2021 relating to the Unit A turbine shaft seal, correct?
Could we move down to that, please?
Sure. Let me know if after you've had an opportunity to read it.
Yes, I see that.
And if we'll go down a little bit further to page 33, line 16. And it continues on through page 34, line 9. You discuss the selection of the 11 blade design, right?
Yes.
So if we could go back to page 30 to 31, I want to focus on your first issue, which is the start of the project. And in this set of questions and answers, you discuss what you view as imprudence at the start of the project, right?
Yes.
And at the top of page 31, and Ms. Crane, I'm sorry for scrolling so much, but you have a question there, line 1, that says, what facts support this? Do you see that?
Yes.
And your answer is the 266 change order requests, right?
Yes.
You don't have any other specific facts there, isn't that true?
Not stated right here.
There's no other facts in support of this first issue outside of the 266 change order requests right here, correct?
There are other facts that support that conclusion.
But those facts aren't in this question and answer, isn't that true?
That's true.
And you're not an engineer, so do you have personal experience to judge whether 266 is high or low?
It says right here, that's a large number of requests for a project of this size. So Piesco said it was a large number of requests for a project of this size.
But I'm asking about you. Do you have personal experience to be able to judge if that's a large number, a small number, a medium number?
I have the experience to base the fact that Piesco said it was a large number of projects for a project of this size.
UCA didn't propound discovery about any of the change order requests, isn't that true?
I believe that may be true. I don't personally know if any were propounded.
There's no discovery that UCA propounded that you're aware of about the change order requests, correct?
Correct.
Did you review any of the change order requests before you filed your answer testimony on February 3rd, 2025?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you didn't.
I guess say we heard about some of them in Mr. Schottler's testimony, such as the head problems, the washer problems I mentioned. So I didn't review the specific change order request, but we did hear about a lot of the problems that caused over the course of the work and were presumably part of the change order request.
The change order requests were produced in discovery and you didn't review them, isn't that true?
Yes.
And your answer testimony doesn't refer to any of the change order requests, isn't that true?
Correct.
And the change order requests, just the sheer volume of them is the key piece of evidence relating to the alleged imprudence in the company's planning for the project, correct?
No.
Your testimony right here says what facts support this, and you answered the 266 change order requests. Isn't that true?
That's one of the facts.
That's one of the facts. That's the fact that's stated in your testimony. Isn't that true?
That's what it says. Those are some of the facts that support this position.
I think the question actually says what facts support this, and your answer says the 266 change order requests, correct?
And the next sentence says, what else could Piesco and contractors have learned about the status? So there are other facts, just as it says in that sentence.
But the primary fact is right here, the 266 change order requests, and I think we just discussed, you didn't review any of those change orders, correct?
It doesn't say the primary facts, it says facts.
Okay.
And I might add, the other thing part of that was the significant increase in cost due to those change orders from 30, oh, I can't say that number. From,
Mr. Neal, I'm sorry to step on you, but you're gonna have an opportunity to discuss that on redirect with your counsel. If you could just answer the question, that would be helpful. So if we could stay with page 31, line 20. So page 31, line 20, going over to page 32, line 5, you criticize the company for using its judgment and HDR's judgment rather than what you call an quote unquote equipment analysis. See that?
yes,
And your recommendation, which is on page 32, line 6 to 10, we can scroll down there if that's helpful for you, is that starting there at line 7, a better way to manage the project would have been to wait until the units were pulled apart and identify what needed to be done and then develop the scope of work. You see that?
yes.
So I want to try to do a hypothetical and draw an analogy for you. So assume we've got a car and the car's got a check engine light that comes on, okay? You
Yes,
follow me so far? And you take that car to the service station because the check engine light has come on. Still with me?
yes.
And in that situation, most people ask for an estimate before they let the shop do any work, right?
I don't agree. They're not getting an estimate just on based the check engine light on. They've got to determine what caused the check engine light to go on. Then they get an estimate.
So when you go to the shop with your car, you don't ask them for an estimate on the work that they're going to need to do?
They've got to figure out what work is going to be done. Just like here, they needed to figure out what work needed to be done, and then develop a scope of work and an estimate to pay for the work that needed to be done.
So in order to figure out the work that is needed to be done, do they need to take apart the entire car to start?
I didn't say that. I said they need to check a bunch of things to see why the check engine light is on. Usually the computer check will tell them some of those things, if not all of them.
But you could check all those things without disassembling the vehicle, isn't that true?
In the case of a automobile, yes.
And part of the reason for getting that estimate on the front end is it establishes shared expectations about scope and cost. Isn't that true?
I don't think you can make that leap to from what we were talking about before.
The corollary to your testimony here is bringing the car into the shop because the check engine light came on and taking apart the entire car at the front end before we even get an estimate. Isn't that true?
I didn't say that. You take the car in and see what's wrong with it, and then get an estimate of what needs to be fixed.
So let's different hypothetical with respect to Cabin Creek. If the company had followed your lead and pulled apart the units before, quote, developing the scope of work, the units would have to go offline sooner. Isn't that true?
Each unit would go offline at a specific time, not units earlier.
Let me ask questions a slightly different way. And I think we're saying the same thing, which is in order to pull a unit apart, the unit would have to be offline. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you'd have to keep the unit, or if you're doing two at the same time, the units offline while developing the scope of work. Isn't that true?
And I just wanted to point out that this would be phased, so you do one unit at a time.
But if you did both units at the same time, both units would have to be off. Is that true?
I just said you would not plan to do both units at the same time. And I'll point out that Piesco did not plan to do both units at the same time in this effort.
And let's stay with your analogy of one unit, right? So that unit would need to be offline while you develop the scope of work and during an RFP process and evaluating bids for that RFP process. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure about the RFP process. You would generally have some idea what you need to do, and you probably have a contractor on site to do that. You just don't know exactly how much they would have to do.
Well, in that example, though, let's say we disassembled the unit to try to, following the approach that you laid out in your testimony. You're not going to put the unit back together while you do the RFP process and put it back into service, are you?
And I just said the RFP process is not part of it. For example, when they found the cracks in the head, they did not do an RFP for someone to fix the head or replace the head. They already knew how to get the head fixed, and so they just went ahead and did it.
Yeah, my question though was related to, you're not going to disassemble the unit, put the unit back together, do some more work, and then disassemble the unit again. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And just as a general proposition, a longer outage results in higher replacement power costs. You agree with that?
I don't agree with the premise that this might result in a longer outage. If you knew what you're doing, this outage could be much shorter than the way Piesco did it.
And do you have any testimony on how much shorter it would have been if Piesco had done it your way?
No, I did not provide any testimony on that.
You don't have testimony on, do you have any testimony, same vein, on the length of the delay due to the actions at the start of the project that you critique in your testimony?
Not specifically.
Do you have any testimony on the length of the delay that might have occurred or the extended outage if the company had terminated GE?
No.
So you don't have any testimony about the specific cost to customers of this specific issue, isn't that true?
I think it's pretty clear that the 4-year delay in the fabricating the 11-blade turbine is one of the problems for Piesco for not doing it properly and not planning properly at the start. And all the 266 change orders, they are things that led to delay and resulted in not properly planning at the start of the project.
But you don't have any specific costs tied specifically to the purported lack of planning, correct?
Not specifically.
And in fact, you leave the actual amount of any disallowance up to the commission, isn't that true?
That's correct.
So changing gears a little bit to your second issue, which is the Unit A turbine shaft seal. That's on page 32 and 33 of your testimony. You discuss a February 2021 incident at Unit A.
Yes, although I'll answer that. That's not my second point. That's an incident. My second point was the 11-blade turbine.
I actually had that as the third point because I think it was later in your testimony, but it doesn't matter. So let's just talk about the Unit A turbine shaft seal, okay?
Yes.
And you note that the issue was discovered in February 2021 and the unit was placed back in service following repairs on July 30, 2021, correct?
Correct.
It's about 5 months, correct?
Correct.
And on pages 111 to 121 of Mr. Schottler's rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 106, I'll represent to you that Mr. Schottler states that the unit resumed startup testing following the repairs on May 18, and that in total, the incident resulted in approximately 13 weeks of lost time. Do you have any reason to disagree with him about that number?
Well, I cited the number of July 30th, 2021 from his testimony. So we'd have to look at that and see why you're saying it's May and I'm saying it's July 30th.
Have you reviewed his rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
And did you read the portion on pages 111 to 121 about the timing of the Unit A turbine shaft seal issue?
I don't remember in specifics.
But standing here right now, you don't have any reason to disagree with it, do you?
Yes, I do. It said in his direct that it went to July 30th. Now you're saying in rebuttal, it only went to May. So he has a discrepancy that I would need to review both those sets of testimony before I can agree to anything.
You serve any discovery on that issue that you're aware of?
I think so.
UCA had discovery on the company's rebuttal case?
No, on the washer that was dropped in the seal.
I'm just talking about the specific piece about the 13 weeks, pages 111 to 121 of Mr. Schottler's rebuttal testimony.
No,
And you also don't have any testimony about the impacts to customers during that period specifically, isn't that true?
no, it would be involved in the overall replacement power cost and replacement capacity cost.
But you don't have a specific calculation of replacement power costs during that time, correct?
Correct.
You also don't have a purchase capacity assessment during that time, correct?
Nope.
And again, you leave the actual amount of disallowances up to the commission, right?
Correct.
So my issue 3, your issue 2, the 11 blade design. We're going to change gears to that, okay? Pages 33 to 34.
Okay.
And you criticize the selection of the 11 blade design, right?
Yes.
Did UCA propound any discovery specifically about the decision to select the 11 blade design?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if UCA did not propound any discovery about the decision to select the 11 blade design?
I worry about the word surprise. I would not, it may be possible that we did not propound any discovery on that.
But the company did provide documents to parties in discovery on this topic, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the company provided a bid evaluation spreadsheet used in comparing the bids for the upgrade project, which is attachment DWS-14HC that was produced in discovery also, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have anything about that document in your testimony, do you?
No.
And the company provided a copy of the internal presentation that was used for management approval of the evaluation of bids and the request to negotiate with GE, which was dated July 20, 2016. And that was attachment DWS-15HC, also provided in discovery, correct?
Correct.
And there's nothing in your testimony about that document, isn't that true?
Correct.
I would object to that question.
There is nothing in what can you repeat the question, Mr. and Mr. Neal, if you could wait to respond. Can you repeat the question, Mr. Larson?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So the question was, I was referring to attachment DWS-15HC, and I was asking Mr. Neal if there was anything in his testimony about that particular document.
May I explain, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
UCA's position is that the company is impermissibly trying to shift the burden of proof. The company bears the burden to demonstrate prudence in its direct case, and the burden is not on UCA to develop the case through either discovery or their answer testimony.
That's understood, but that has nothing to do with the specific question being asked. That may be the case. The burden. I understand what you're saying, but it has. I mean, it's a. I see it as a legitimate question. I will therefore overrule the objection.
The answer is yes. I did not include anything about the bid summary presentation in my testimony.
So just so we're on the same page, DWS-15HC is not referenced in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't propound any follow-up relating to those documents after they were produced in discovery from a UCA discovery standpoint, correct?
Correct.
And as a result, you have no testimony comparing the 11 blade design to the other designs that were bid into the RFP, correct?
I talked about the other designs and that they were more proven than the 11 blade design. But I did not talk about that specifically with relation to the other bids that were made.
Right. So you didn't take the actual different bids for the different designs that came into public service and compare them to one another in your testimony, correct?
Correct.
But the company did produce the results of that evaluation, isn't that true?
Yes, that's in the bid spreadsheet.
So you don't have any testimony about how another design might have performed, isn't that true?
I talked about the 7 and 9 alternative, so I have discussion about that.
But you don't have testimony specifically about another design that was bid and how that might have performed, isn't that true?
Correct.
And you also don't have testimony about how much longer the outage was due to the company's selection of the 11 blade design specifically, correct?
Not specifically, but certainly a great deal of the length of the outage was due to the problems they encountered because the manufacturer had never made an 11 blade turbine, and that public service failed to determine that they were not qualified to make an 11 blade turbine, and they were not qualified to do confined welding that resulted in significant delays in fabricating the 11 blade turbine.
Is it your testimony that the selection of the 11 blade design is the cause of the entire duration of the outage?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so it's a subset of the time period for the outage, correct?
Clearly, yes.
But you don't have any testimony that specifically ties your disallowance values to that subset period of time, right?
I don't have any testimony that splits out the disallowances for this and that and the other things. So no, not directly to the 11 turbine design and its multi-year delay in getting it fabricated.
But you don't have a specific time period in your testimony about what the delay that purports to relate to the selection of the 11 blade design is, correct?
Correct.
And again, you leave the actual amount of disallowances up to the commission, right?
Correct.
So discussing just the discovery process, I have a few questions about that. The company filed its application in this case on July 1, 2024, right?
Yes.
And UCA intervened about 17 days later on July 18, 2024?
I suppose.
You don't have any reason to dispute that?
I don't know the specific dates, but I don't dispute it.
And UCA served one set of discovery prior to answer testimony, correct?
I don't recall.
If we could go to our box, Ms. Crane, and pull up hearing exhibit 126, the public version. And this is a discovery request from UCA marked 1-13. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you scroll down? And have you seen this discovery response before?
Yes.
And have you reviewed it?
Yes.
So you're familiar with it?
Yes.
And the company would move the admission of hearing exhibit 126.
I think you're gonna have to repeat that, Matt.
Okay. Your Honor, the company would move the admission of hearing exhibit 126.
Any objections?
Your Honor, can I clarify with counsel for the company, Mr. Larson, is this just the public redacted version of the document, or are you also offering the confidential version?
We're only offering a public version of it. I just have a couple of questions that primarily are temporal in nature that relate to this document.
Okay, thank you. No objection.
And it's just one page, is that correct? This 126?
I believe yeah, it's just one page.
So, okay, given that clarification, do you have any objections, Mr. Wittersheim?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, hearing, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 126 is admitted.
And Mr. Neal, just a brief question about this discovery response. It contains highly confidential material, correct?
Correct. I said correct. Did everyone hear that?
I did. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry.
And that's also dated October 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And if we could also pull up, because there were numerous documents provided to interveners by the company in response to staff's discovery request, right?
Yes.
So if we could pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 125. Mr. Neal, do you see on the screen, this is the company's third supplemental response to trial staff's second set of discovery?
That's what it says.
And have you reviewed this response? We can scroll down. Have you seen this before?
Can we go back up to the top where the question part is? Yes, I've seen this before.
The company would move the admission of what's been marked as hearing exhibit 125.
Any objections?
I would object based on the fact that Mr. Neal was neither the requester of this nor the sponsor, in addition to Public Service's own objection on the first page that their position that the information is neither relevant nor reasonably calculated to lead to discovery of admissible evidence.
There's 434 documents produced, attachments produced in response to this discovery request, and I just have a couple of general questions for Mr. Neal about those attachments.
Before I make my decision, Ms. Crane, would you kindly scroll through the document slowly from starting in page 1?
Your Honor, may I make a note?
Go ahead, please.
I believe this was also included in one of UCA's hearing exhibits that was offered into evidence earlier. So in addition, I believe this would be cumulative.
I'm not sure it's the exact same document. Mr. Wittersheim is hearing exhibit 206 or 207. And I believe you all also had the one attachment to it. That's the reason we're moving it separately.
Okay, thank you. Based on that, I withdraw my objection.
Okay, then thank you for that. Hearing, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 125 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, and this might be a little bit challenging, but Ms. Crane, if we could go down. A little bit further, thank you. If we go to the next page. So there, if we could stop right there. Mr. Neal, you see here that this was served on, a response initially served on September 16, supplemented on September 20, supplemented again on September 26. Do you see all that?
Well, it was initially responded to on January 14th and then September 26th and then September 20, which seems kind of out of order.
But it's the third supplemental response, second supplemental response, initial supplemental response. You see that?
Yes.
And in total, there were 434 attachments provided in response just to this one request. Do you have any reason to dispute that number?
No.
And if we could, so if we go to page 3 of your answer testimony, you don't cite a single one of these documents as one of your attachments. Isn't that true?
Are we going to that page or are you just asking me?
If you can answer without looking, we should just do that. Would it surprise you if you didn't have a single one of these 434 documents as an attachment to your answer testimony?
I don't think I have any, but I point out that Mr. Witterschein referred to one of these in his question about the August 17th direction from Burns and Mack about replacing the isophase duct system.
Yeah, and that was in Mr. Witterschein's questioning this morning, not your answer testimony, correct?
Correct.
And we can take this down. And if we could pull up hearing exhibit 133 from our box. And this is a discovery request that was propounded in the one set of discovery that UCA did on the company's direct case. And if you want to scroll down, Mr. Neal, have you seen this before?
Yes.
And as part of this, the company provided the GE contract. Is that right?
Apparently, yes.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of hearing exhibit 133.
Any objections?
No objection from UCA.
See both pages. So hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 133 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Neal, this was served on October 2nd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you got the GE contract as a highly confidential attachment, right?
Yes.
And you didn't review these materials when they were provided to you, did you?
The GE contract?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not review that.
And in fact, you didn't file your highly confidential non-disclosure agreements in this case until December 23rd, 2024, right?
I don't know about that.
Would it surprise you if you didn't file your highly confidential non-disclosure agreements until December 23rd, 2024?
Yes, that would surprise me. We usually file them right away.
If we can go to company's box, which is hearing exhibit 130. Ms. Crane, if we could pull that up.
Just to clarify, it's marked as UCA's highly confidential NDAs, but the exhibit itself is not highly confidential.
Yeah, and so it's a little confusing, but it's okay to pull that up. Thank you for checking.
Let me just double check it.
So, Mr. Neal, I'll represent to you that hearing exhibit 130 here is the UCA's highly confidential non-disclosure agreements. You see those?
Can we go down to the bottom, please?
And
Okay.
that's your signature right there, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd move the admission of hearing exhibit 130.
Any objections?
I object. Based on relevance, as well as this document already being in the evidentiary record, it's needlessly cumulative.
I'm not aware that this document is in the evidentiary record, Your Honor.
Mr. Witterschein, do you know what hearing exhibit might contain that document?
If you'll allow me just a moment to check e-filings.
Yes, we file these in e-filings, so if you consider that the record, they're filed.
Out of an abundance of caution, I wouldn't consider everything in e-filings the record, just to respond to that. And sorry to go out of order there, Your Honor.
Ms. Crane, would you please scroll to the first page and then before we.
I apologize, Mr. Larson. I misspoke. This document is in e-filings for this specific proceeding, and I believe that the ALJ can refer to this if he needs to through e-filings.
Right, but I mean, yes, I can, but I can also. What would be the harm in admitting this document, other than increasing the size of the record by 6 pages?
I don't believe that when Mr. Neal reviewed any discovery is relevant to his recommendations in his answer testimony.
I understand your objection, overruled. Hearing exhibit, what's been marked as, now I'm confused.
130, sir.
130. What's been marked as hearing exhibit 130 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Neal, Ms. Crane, I'm sorry, can we scroll back down to where Mr. Neal signed? And that date is December 23rd, 2024, correct?
Yes.
And that's when you provided your highly confidential non-disclosure agreement in this case, correct?
Apparently.
So to recap, the company provided UCA with highly confidential documents in discovery early in this proceeding, including the main contract, the GE contract, on October 2nd, 2024, correct?
We would have to question why Piesco is providing highly confidential material when we have not filed a NDA yet.
Well, that goes to my next question, which is you didn't look at any of these documents until at least December 23rd, 2024, did you?
We just established I didn't look at it at all.
You didn't look at the GE contract at all?
Well, I said that already, I believe.
Okay. So just coming back to your testimony, the 3 prudence issues that you talked about, Mr. Schottler provided extensive discussion in his rebuttal testimony about the issues relating to the number of change order requests. UCA didn't serve a single discovery request on that, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Schottler provided testimony about the February 2021 incident at Unit A in response to your testimony. UCA didn't serve any discovery on that, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Schottler provided testimony about the selection of the 11 blade design in response to you, and you didn't serve any discovery about that either, correct?
Correct.
So I want to turn from questions about prudence to the amounts of the potential disallowances in your testimony. And Ms. Crane, we can take this down. Thank you. And we don't need to pull it up, but I'll represent to you that in your conclusion section of your testimony, you state, quote, UCA has included a range based on multiple approaches to calculate the disallowances. UCA leaves it to the commission to determine the final disallowance from those ranges. Is that your testimony?
That's what I said.
I'm sorry,
yes,
you and I
that's what I
spoke at the
said.
same time. That is your testimony?
Yes.
And the company asked you several discovery questions relating to this recommendation, and UCA to date has never provided a specific number that it recommends. Isn't that true?
Yes, but I think it's very clear that 0 and 8 million are not in that range.
But you've never provided a specific number in your testimony or in anywhere else in this case to this point. Isn't that true?
I left that to the commission to determine in their judgment.
If we could pull up what's been marked in our box is hearing exhibit 115, which is UCA's response to PSCO 3-3. And Mr. Neal, do you see on the screen UCA's response to PSCO 3-3, which is a discovery request to the UCA?
Yes.
And if you see the question there, does UCA contend that the commission should order a disallowance based on the entire 19-quarter length of the extended outage being due to imprudence, et cetera, and you're the sponsor to answer, correct?
Yes, I repeated the statement that we left it to the commission to determine the appropriate disallowance.
Thank you. Your Honor, the company will move the admission to hearing exhibit 115.
Any objections?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 115 is admitted.
And you've never, thank you, Your Honor. You've never supplemented this discovery response, have you, Mr. Neal?
No.
And if we could pull from PSCO's box, hearing exhibit 119, which is UCA's response to PSCO 3-7. And Mr. Neal, here on the screen, we have UCA's response to PSCO 3-7, and you're the sponsor of that discovery request. You see that?
Yes.
And was this response prepared by you or under your direction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the company moved the admission to hearing exhibit 119. Mr. Neal, is he frozen for you too? Oh,
I'm sorry, I did not hear you, Mr. Wittershine. If you responded, you may have not. You may be reading the document. I'm not sure.
Your Honor, I think that you froze momentarily. I haven't heard anything since Mr. Larson requested admission of this exhibit.
My froze as well, my connection. It now appears that Mr. Larson is frozen. Can everybody hear me? Let's start there.
yes, Your Honor, I can hear you now.
Okay. I'm sorry for whatever happened. I'm not even sure what happened or where the issue was. But in any event, Mr. Wittershine, did you have an objection to Mr. Larson's request to admit what's been marked as hearing exhibit 119?
No objection.
All right. Hearing exhibit 119 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Mr. Neal, in this question, the company is asking whether a total disallowance of $137.7 million, which is the value we spoke about earlier, is reasonable. Do you see that?
Yes.
And your answer repeats that you're leaving that to the commission. You never take a position as to whether it's reasonable or not, correct?
Correct. And I'll point out refers to response to 3-6, which you asked for the low end of the range. And this question is about the high end of the range. So
apologies.
I was going to say the commission has been provided with the low and high end of the range of all of these disallowances. And I'll also say maybe the average, which is about 114 million, is also a good number for the commission to consider.
But you don't actually take a position in this response whether the 137.7 million at the high end of the range is reasonable, do you?
No,
And in fact, in response to 3-6, you don't take a position as to whether the low end of the range is reasonable, do you?
no.
Ms. Crane, we can take this down. Can we go to hearing exhibit 200, which is page 18, which is Mr. Neal's testimony? Answer testimony.
I need to revise my previous response. You asked if their numbers are reasonable. Both the low end of the range and the high end of the range are reasonable. But I left it to the commission to decide what the final option should be.
I'm sorry. Can we pull the response back up that we were just looking at, which would have been hearing exhibit 119? So your testimony now is that $137.7 million is reasonable?
Yes, but every number I calculated was reasonable. The sum of them was reasonable, but I don't think the commission's going to take the high end of the range or the low end of the range. I think the commission's going to do something else, but all the numbers are reasonable.
So any number in any range that you've presented here is reasonable.
Each of the numbers is reasonable.
So all the way down to the low end of the range is reasonable. $137.7 million is reasonable.
They're reasonable because each of the calculations is reasonable. So if I calculate, say, $30 million for a replacement power cost, that's a reasonable number. If you add that to 30 million, 20 million for replacement energy cost, those numbers are reasonable.
So any combination of the different disallowance categories that you have is reasonable from your perspective based on your testimony today, correct?
I would not provide unreasonable numbers.
Okay, you've never supplemented this discovery response, isn't that true?
Correct.
Okay. We can go back. We can take this down. Thank you, Ms. Crane. So just a few brief questions to close out here, Mr. Neal. Your replacement power calculations, excuse me for the shorthand, are for 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, what years do they cover, sir?
The company's replacement costs go from 2019 to 2023. I determined that the early time period was the normal outage, and I tried to calculate it based on only the extended outage. So in my chart, I show which months, which quarters and years I'm doing my calculation over.
And that's based on 4.75 unit years, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the replacement power calculation is based on 4.75 unit years?
Yes, but some of them are when both units are out, so it's not a total duration of 4.75 years. It's 4.75 quarters of outage, extended outage. I need to correct.
Can we call up hearing exhibit 200? And if we can go down to page 27. And there's a highly confidential number here, but I don't think we need to get into it. You have 4 different values for the range of capacity costs, correct?
Correct.
And the first one that's blacked out there is based on actual purchases, correct?
Yes.
The other 3 are based on forward-looking projections, right?
They're based on the analysis that public service provided in someplace, whether to the FERC application or in other numbers that they calculated and provided to somebody.
Yeah, they're based on the surplus capacity credit or within the FERC application, which is a forward-looking calculation, correct?
I don't think mine is based on the surplus capacity credit. That was primarily staff's position, I think.
So you don't think it was based on the surplus capacity credit?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think mine was based on FERC and attachment JJP, and I forget where the other number came from.
So can we go to PSCo's box and pull up hearing exhibit 116, which is UCA's response to PSCo 3-4? And Mr. Neal, do you see on the screen your response to PSCo 3-4 that you're the sponsor of?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move the admission of hearing exhibit 116.
Any objections?
No objection.
Hearing exhibit, what's been marked as hearing exhibit 116 is admitted.
And the question here, Mr. Neal, was a clarification on something that you testified to in your answer testimony. And in your response, you say, PSCo's actual purchases were based on the units that were actually out of service, including Cabin Creek. If other units had been out, such as Comanche 3, then the actual cost might have to be proportioned between Cabin Creek and Comanche 3. See that?
Yes.
So in other words, if multiple units are out, then you need to proportion the cost based on those outages. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And Mr. Detmer did that in his rebuttal testimony. Isn't that true?
I don't recall that.
Have you read Mr. Detmer's testimony?
I think so.
Would it surprise you if he conducted an apportionment analysis for both transmission reservations as well as replacement power capacity costs?
Yes, that would surprise me.
It would surprise you?
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't actually reviewed his testimony to see if he did that?
No, I haven't.
All right. Just to wrap up, you kind of have three main issues in this case. The planning at the beginning of the project, the Unit A shaft seal, and the selection of the 11-blade design, correct?
Correct.
Those are all specific events that you call out with respect to imprudence, correct?
Yes.
And every single calculation that you've provided from a disallowance perspective is over the entire period of the outage. Isn't that true?
No, it's over the extended outage beyond what was planned for. I'm not going to charge them for what they were supposed to do. I'm only charging them for what happened that made that go long, or that resulted in going long.
So you have three specific events, and all your disallowances are based on the entire period of the extended outage, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neal, you've been on the stand for a little bit more than an hour and a half. Would you like to take a break now?
Yes, I would, please.
Because that's more than fine. I have a few questions for you. All right, so let's take.
Wait. I'm more than happy to have you ask questions first. I thought after that I can take a break, and we complete the direct or the questioning.
Your call. Either I ask them now, I ask them in 15 minutes after we take a break.
I'd rather you ask them now to continue. Finish with that.
Very good. Thank you. In your testimony, Mr. Neal, you discuss substantial delays in returning units A and B to service. What do you believe were the most avoidable causes of these delays?
Well, they're primarily the two of them that Mr. Larson just pointed out. The improper planning at the start of the projects, so they would have a better idea of what needed to be done and then could do it. And also the selection of the 11 blade turbine, which the contractor had never made an 11 blade turbine. They said they could, but they ran into the same, the problems you expect with a first of a kind development or project. And they weren't aware that the confined space welding that was required. They should have known that was going to happen, but they had no plan for that. They didn't ask about it at the start, but they should have known it, and they didn't. And those are the things that were primarily contributing to the delay. Then there was things like Mr. Witterstein pointed out, which was the isophase ductwork, which they were told about in 2017, but didn't get around to figuring it was actually a problem until 2022, and that led to another several month delay.
And so I assume, well, I don't assume anything. So how do you believe these faults, if you will, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how do these faults weigh in on the prudence determination in this case?
As I indicated, I think they needed to do a better plan at the start and a better, taking the thing apart and then figure out what needed to be done. And also assess on the 11 blade turbine, they needed to assess that was really a risky approach. And they probably should have done a 7 or 9 bladed turbine instead. I don't think they, in their bid spreadsheet, they never ask the contractor if they had ever made an 11 blade turbine. And you go, how can you not ask that question? They didn't assess the risk of that and resulted in multi-year delay in the project.
Okay, thank you. I have a few more, if I may. How do you respond to the company's claim that the COVID-19 pandemic and the global supply chain distribution were major contributing factors to some of the delays?
Well, the project was well underway when that happened. And so most of the things that were supposed to be done were already underway. But the other factor is that the project was supposed to be done before that happened. It was scheduled to be done in 2020. So the factor that it wasn't done until COVID hit is part of the problem with they're not doing it well to start with, not getting it done on the scheduled time frame. If they had gotten it done on the schedule, they wouldn't have any impact of COVID.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you suggested now and before during your testimony that the company's planning and execution were deficient. In your view, what specific project management practices or controls were missing that could have prevented some or all or most of the delays and cost overruns?
One would be a risk assessment of the 11 blade turbine, and instead of switching to a 7 or a 9 blade turbine, as I suggested in my testimony, they seem like they wanted to get to 360 megawatts, so they went kind of aggressive to try to get 11 to get 360 megawatts. But GE clearly proposed a 343 megawatt project, and so why did they need an 11 blade turbine if they're only going to go to 343 megawatts, which is only a slight increase from what they had? And like I said, starting with a full-blown scope and expecting it to figure that out at the start is like getting your check engine light and getting a bid and not having any idea what you had to fix. So I think they needed, as I said, I think they needed to take the equipment apart one unit at a time and determine what needed to be fixed and then start fixing it and knowing what they would need. And I think
Your Honor, is Mr. Neal frozen for you as well?
He is, and I think were the last words I heard of him.
Maybe if we could give him just a moment to
course.
recalibrate here. Thank you. I believe Mr. Neal has dropped off temporarily.
Perhaps we'll take that recess after all. Why won't we take a 15-minute recess, and I think we should be able to finish up everything within not too long after we come back. Does that sound like a good plan to everybody?
Yes, it does.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Of course. So we're on recess until 3:10. Please remember that we're continuing to stream the audio and video feeds of this hearing.
Yeah, maybe 4 minutes, Chris, just in case you wanted to know.
Thank you, Harriet.
You want to know where you stopped? You were talking about taking the units apart one at a time. And I was reading.
Let's do this on the record. All right,
Okay. Well, I don't think we're back early.
Okay, I think it's 3:10. So I think that's what I said. So we're back on the record in proceeding number 24A-0299E. Mr. Neal, it looks like we had some technical difficulties, which happens, and that's completely understandable. I asked you about the specific project management practices or controls that, in your view, were missing and could have prevented delay and cost overruns. You provided me with an answer. And if Ms. Weisenthal could read to us maybe the last couple of sentences so that you know where we stopped, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, I read it a couple times, but now I lost. Oh, yeah. I put it, for some reason, that won't let me mark it. So, okay, here it goes. Oh, boy. Sorry, I should have been ready. Okay. Right in there, one more thing. And a couple phrases. Okay, like I said, starting with a full-blown scope and expecting to figure that out at the start, like getting your check engine light and getting there and not having any idea what you need to fix. And I think they will need to take the project equipment apart, one unit at a time, and determine what needs to be fixed, and then start fixing it and knowing what we know. And I think, and that was it.
So do you want to just keep going from there, Mr. Neal?
I can try to remember my thoughts. I apologize. My internet is somewhat unstable and I lost my internet. But now it's apparently back. Hopefully it'll stay on. As far as what I say, they needed to have taken it apart one unit at a time, determine what needed to be fixed, and then fix it, instead of trying to estimate what was needed to be done without having really any idea what needed to be fixed. So it would have been more efficient to take it apart first and then determine what needed to be fixed. And also the thing was the 11-blade turbine, which led to many years of delay. That was also a primary problem in what they did. And they didn't fully evaluate that and consider the risk of the 11-blade turbine. And that, as I said, that led to many years of delay.
Okay. Thank you for this response. I have one last question, I think. I may have a follow-up, we'll see. Your analysis includes, I believe, nearly 5 years of the company's extended outage impacts. Would you consider any of the periods beyond the company's reasonable control?
No, they were the manager of the project. And I wanted to add that staff did also did quite an analysis, and particularly Witness Bot talked about from her experience in civil engineering how they could manage a large project like this, and the project was under their control. They were the project manager or were supervising the companies who were actually doing the repair. So basically everything that happened was in their control. Now, later when it went really long and they had COVID problems, yeah, COVID was not in their control. Some of those supplier issues were not in their control. But as we said, the project was supposed to be finished before any of that happened. So basically all of it was their problem.
Okay, thank you very much for this. Mr. Witterschein, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, brief redirect.
Of course. You're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Just a few questions.
Certainly.
Do you recall speaking with Mr. Larson about the change order requests earlier?
Yes.
Would you like to list some facts in addition to the number of change order requests that would tend to show imprudence in the company's planning for Cabin Creek?
I mentioned already that the increase in the cost due to the change order request, the cost, well, I'm not supposed to remember the numbers, but the cost went up about $20 million due to these change order requests. So that was a major issue. And there were so many of them that had major cost increases. And I haven't really, or we haven't really seen the schedule delays resulting from these change order requests. But as Mr. Schottler pointed out, many of these change order requests also resulted in schedule delays. So that was one of the big issues that resulted in more and more replacement power costs, longer capacities that we weren't getting the advantage of this project. So that's why those things were major contributors to the additional costs of the project.
Do you recall discussing with Mr. Larson the hindsight analysis language included in decision number R250176?
Yes.
Can you explain why you think results and outcomes are appropriate factors to consider in a prudence review?
You can look at what they did and what happened, and that's kind of how you determine whether they are prudent or not. We don't know exactly what they knew at the time they made the decisions. We can, based on what we know now, we can look at what they did and in some cases, what we think they knew or what they should have known. But we can only do, look at it right now, look at the reports they wrote, the information they had at the time. But also the cost I calculate, they're calculated based on, what I know now. I mean, we model the past, but that's still kind of based on where we are now and where they were. For example, Mr. Detmer's proration analysis of my fuel cost or replacement power cost. That's kind of based on what we know now and not, exactly what they knew then. Maybe they knew, but we've got to go back with what we know now and look at that analysis.
Do you recall Mr. Larson spoke with you about what you've reviewed to inform your positions in this case?
Yes.
What is in the company's bid evaluation spreadsheet that leads to your position on the company's imprudence?
The bid evaluation spreadsheet, the biggest thing is that GE had never built a 11 blade turbine. They talk about the spreadsheet that, the management team thinks they can do it, or the management team says, yes, they can do it, but they've never built one. And certainly the question is, how many 11 blade turbines have you built is not in that spreadsheet. The risk evaluation of going to 11 blade turbine is not in that spreadsheet. Also, I'm kind of annoyed that it says right in GE's bid that the capacity of the project is going to be 343 megawatts. That's in like 2017. GE said that. And when they built the project, indeed, it is a 343 megawatt project. That's the one thing they got right. And Piesco, for a decade after that, was still saying it was going to be a 360 megawatt project. But GE bid a 343 megawatt project, and they built a 343 megawatt project. And again, the word confined is never in the bid spreadsheet. There was no analysis of confined space welding, no concern about that. They should have known. That's the key word in prudence. They should have known that that 11 blade turbine was going to involve confined space welding, and there was no consideration of that. No indication whether the Canadian plant was qualified to do confined space welding. They never evaluated that. And as I said, this was the first 11 blade turbine they had built, and it was no surprise that they ran into a bunch of problems. That's what happens when you build a first of a kind. If they built a 7 or 9 blade turbine, they had probably plenty of experience with those, and they would not have run into the problems that led to multiple year delays.
Mr. Neal, do you recall walking through specific provisions of the settlement agreement with Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Can you briefly explain why UCA opposes the settlement agreement?
Well, we reviewed the staff's testimony, and their disallowances, their extra costs are much higher than the $8 million. The $8 million is nowhere close to any of my numbers. You take any individual one, and it's nowhere close. So the actual cost to customers was, I use the average number, about $114 million. That's what it costs customers, and all the settlement gives customers is $8 million. That's just not a reasonable amount to settle on when the actual cost to customers is more than $100 million more than that.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Those are all my questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Neal. You are excused. Do any of the parties have any additional evidence to present?
Nothing further from the company, Your Honor.
And nothing further from staff, Your Honor.
Nothing from UCA, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me just ask you, do the settling parties rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Does the company have limited rebuttal testimony to present?
No limited rebuttal. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, this concludes the evidentiary portion of the hearing. Thank you very much for your presentations. Thank you all to all the witnesses and counsel who appeared here today. Following my receipt of the statements of position, if any, I will take this matter under advisement and issue a written recommended decision. Any final thoughts? Anybody?
Nothing further from public service.
And nothing further from staff. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. All right. We are adjourned. I appreciate it very much. You have a good afternoon.
Likewise. Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
you.
you.
Very much.
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
No worries. Thanks.